their team doesn't really seem to have an actual support player, as far as I can tell. So that's but you guys can hear me, right? Or okay, so are we live now or what? Like, okay, so are we live now or what? Wait, quality production. Wait, but I don't hear Jenks. What?
No, I'm here. I'm here. Let's go.
Wait, so we're live on stream apparently. Hello, everybody. Welcome. The production was a bit rough there, but we made it to the live show. So thank you very much for joining. My name is, as always, still EK, and I'm here with Jenks. How are you doing, Jenks?
I'm good. I'm excited for the game today. We got a couple coming back and a couple new, and let's get it going.
So the first matchup we are going to be talking about here is going to be KND versus iGaming. This time, at least, we've been able to do a little bit of research. KND is the team that has been playing the past two tournaments that we cast as well. They have made it very far into the tournament, and their jungler is once again returning. So, let's see if Eternal Sorrow can actually make it to the finish line this time.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. And it's funny to watch because if we remember, we were talking with chat last time, and K and D is not a team. K and D is a guy, and I'm pretty sure it's
Yes.
our Matthias 667 in chat already, if I'm not mistaken, because that's one of the names that comes up for us. And they're always in chat with us as well, somehow playing and talking, which is fantastic. That's very much League of Legends.
Yeah, I kind of imagine them playing the game, and then every time they die, they have this laptop or something next to them, and they type it in the chat real quick, just to make sure that we keep engaging with them.
That's
It's
right.
impressive.
That's that's right. So Matthias, since you're in chat, we've got to know. We happen to know while we were doing our research that there was only 4 of you live as of about a half hour ago. The last one, I don't want to steal any secrets from you, make you give anything away. But was the last minute ad just late, or were you literally just casting about to find somebody?
All right, and while he's typing his message, I want to point everyone's eyes towards something very amazing that we did by completely being random here. If you look at our pictures, for anyone who hasn't looked at the pictures yet, I have a picture of Jenks up on my wall currently, and Jenks is a picture of me up on this wall. Obviously, this
Right.
is all actually physically in our rooms. This isn't, the magic of editing. This is, these are paintings.
Painting. That's right. Yours is oil. I believe mine is acrylic.
Yes, you are correct. Fun fact, I don't actually live in the house anymore where the picture was taken, but I went to the house and I hung it there just to retake the picture.
That's the same. That's weird because that's the same thing I did. That's exactly right. I don't live there either.
Nice.
The current residents were a little upset. I told them, "Don't worry about it. It's in your lease. This is something that I'll come back to do periodically."
You just come back to that place. You're like, hey, can I take a couple pictures? Don't mind me. Just coming in. I've got these pictures with me. I hang them on the wall, and then I go away again. That's my life.
That's beautiful. Matthias responded to us. We literally matched 5 players like 2 hours ago. That's
So
impressive for somebody that goes to the finals every time, or just about.
yeah, I mean, I think he must have like the perks effect, where he elevates his team's level. So this guy, for anyone who doesn't know, this guy comes into the tournament every time. He brings like 4 random friends. We have no idea who they are. I hope he does. And somehow they make it very far into the tournament. So it's very impressive, and I am looking forward to seeing what you can do this time.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, so we're waiting on the teams to get rolling here. We've got our Most of the teams are ready. We've got the brackets drawn up. We are waiting to go for draft.
We actually this time have the player pages up on our screens right now, so we can actually see what they play, which is also an improvement over last time. So are there any particular picks right now that you're looking into? Because I've been watching a lot of Pro League of Legends. I've been watching a lot of LEC, a little bit of LCK, a little bit of LPL. Are there any picks that you've been seeing there that you'd like to really, be brought into the fray in this tournament?
I think speaking not from professional experience, but from my own ARAMs, Belveth is still broken. That champ doesn't make sense unless you just hard CC her to death. So that
Yes.
could make things spicy. I'm pretty sure we saw one last time, didn't we?
Yeah, we saw Belvev, and I think the Belvev did quite well. I think they were unable to shut down Belvev in the early game, and thus she kind of scaled out of control. And I think they won that game as far as I can remember. But it's been a month, so it's a bit rough to remember. But yeah, the thing is, I've seen her quite a bit as well. Not as much as at the start, but she's definitely still there in solo queue a lot. And I think her main strength is that she's an amazing duelist, and if people are trying to force onto her in melee, it's really hard to take her down because of her E damage reduction. It's really strong. But I've been playing a lot of Corki recently, and whenever I play Corki into her, it actually seems very easy because I just stay at range. I just throw my Q and my rocket tether. She can't really do anything because she can't get close to me because she can only dash in one direction once, and it's very easy to deal with her. So I think the way you want to deal with her generally is just have a composition that can outrange her.
That makes sense. If you can't fight him, stay away from him.
Pretty much. It's kind of like the way Master Yi functions. However, Master Yi just runs at you and presses Q, so it's a little bit different.
Well, yeah, it works for me. I just go stand under my tower and wait for him to pop out. As long as I don't die, he dies.
Well, that's what you'd hope, but then he Qs and
Right.
third aggro is
right.
dropped.
And right. Or he heals and does his little meditation thing, and it doesn't matter anyway for some reason.
You started playing this game pretty recently, right? Like the last couple of years.
Compared to the rest of you that have played since beta, yeah, I think I've got like maybe 3 years in now at this point.
So have you heard of the old AP Master Yi?
Heard of, yes, in hushed tones that we don't speak of. I don't know how he worked.
Well, it was practically the same champion, but everything scaled off AP. And you know how his W, it heals him, and he has a damage reduction on him.
Yeah.
And it heals him up a little bit. It used to be that you would just go in, you would take a trade, and you press W. It takes like 2 seconds or something, and you're back to full HP again, even if you were like super low, because it had insane AP scaling. So you would have insane sustain as well as insane damage with resets. It was something.
it was something.
It was something that I can tell. So I have no idea how long it's going to be until we get into the first game. I think we're still waiting for teams to lock in and finalize them getting into lobbies and stuff. But I'm assuming we're going to be hopping in rather soon. I'm trying to get into touch currently with our production and see if we can get an ATA on this, because that would be quite nice. All right, according to what we just heard, there seem to be some technical difficulties, but that's fine. We have all night. I think, and this might come as amazing news or bad news, depending on your point of view. But we might be the only casters for tonight. Which, if you like us, great, thank you. If you hate us, then I'm sorry.
If you hate us, then sub to the channel so that we Dempsey cares about your opinion, and then tell them boo.
Get these guys off the stream.
Right. Yeah. I don't know that it's actually going to do anything because unless you just want to watch a game, but yeah, it's actually just shameless self promotion. So
yeah,
we've got 24 viewers though, so as long as we don't see that number plummet,
it's fine. You guys can show us by having the viewer number go down massively in like a couple seconds. If you hate us, just close the stream right now and we'll know. But if you don't, then
you're new to this.
hey, you have to dare the viewer base. They're watching. You have to dare them. You have to assert your priority over them.
Dempsey's over there like, shut up.
What's this guy doing? He's ruining a tournament. Hey, but I'll have you know, since I said that, we went up 1 viewer.
I was just going to call that out. You're absolutely right. We went up 1. Ha! Take that.
Haha, we did it. We have proven our worth.
All right, so I was taking a look here and I didn't get real far, but so we lifted important note chat and good to know. We lifted the rank requirements on this tournament. So previously there were some limits to what elo, how many, yada yada. So we now have no limit. So on iGame, as we look forward to our first match here, EK, I've got two masters. I've got Oh, you're good. I see you, buddy. Uh, two masters. We've got a diamond. What is it? Diamond 3, diamond 1, and then interestingly, unranked. I'm gonna
Ooh.
go for this name, Senior Pedro Felix, unranked. So we'll see. Is it a resident sleeper? Is it a Smurf? We'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And there's a question, by the way, that is in chat right now, which is, well, it's not really a question; it's more of a statement. He said that he's sad that SOT isn't here this tournament, and I actually said the same thing before we went live. I was like, where's SOT? I'm so used to SOT being here. It's always SOT KND. That's it's like Fnatic G2 of this tournament currently, and they're
That's
not
right.
there.
That's right.
But
Yeah. We don't have that much talent, guys. So we need the same names to show up. We need the same storylines to continue so that we have something to talk about. That's
yeah,
all we do. We can't be expected to come up with something new on the fly every single time.
yeah, it's really rough because you go into these games and you're like, who are these people? I want to talk about them and I want to bring up storylines and I want to bring up narratives and stuff, but we need some familiar faces around here. So if you're someone who was here last time, guys, feel free to let us know. I do distinctly remember that there was one guy in chat who claimed he was going to win the tournament in June, and I can't remember his name. But if you're listening to me right now, please let me know who you are. Please let me know if you're still playing, and let me know if you're going to win this time.
Rammers Vampin taking on that mantle. He's talking himself up in chat. We love that. That's peak League of Legends. So the LEC, the LCS guys, yeah, they're fine. They have, professional analysts and they actually do research on players and personalities and things like that. How about instead we just make stuff up based on chat? So Rammers Vampin is telling us that he seems pretty cool and he's the mid laner, or I assume he's the mid laner from IG. So now we're just going to say that that's their carry. We're going to make up that storyline and go from there. So what do we think about the carry from IG, okay?
But Rammus Vampen has been an incredible mid laner for so many years now, and he's just he's popped off time and time again. The likes of Caps have been able to shut him down. Perks wasn't able to shut him down. He's insane on a different
I
level.
heard. That's right. That's right. I heard that he taught Power of Evil. It was actually his camp that put Power of Evil on the map. So there you go.
Oh, so are you telling me that he invented the I know the what was it, Nash's Tooth Oriana? I think Power of Evil played back in the day. Maybe that's before your time, but that was an interesting build.
Yeah, stop calling out things from anything pre I don't know. My guy Jeff Raya is in chat. Jeff Raya, when did we start playing this game? Is Nash's Tooth Oriana before me? That sounds like before me.
I'm feeling, it's hard to say, but I'm feeling that's like season somewhere between like 5 and 7 or something. So that's probably before you were playing. At this
Yeah.
point, when it comes to League, I'm kind of like a dinosaur. Not quite sure which dinosaur though.
Now we're really. Oh well, Jeff said he's not listening to me, so that's fine. Thank you, Jeff Raya. But what else we got in here? So here we go. We've got Rammers Vampin says I'm better than Magifelix. Is that a call out I don't get? That's on you, EK.
Yeah, so Magic Felix is a mid laner that has been trying to break into LEC for a while. I think he's been on LEC teams, but he's always kind of underperformed relative to his expectations. But he's still claimed to be this really good mid laner. And yeah, okay, so you told him to build Nash's Tooth. Thank you.
There we
Beautiful.
go.
Beautiful. I knew it.
Underperforming. That's my entire league career. My team, we go into Clash, which, by the way, if this is to be understood, the Soulful and the Tenebris are doing Clash instead. So disappointing on all of you. You should have clashed earlier in the day so you could be in this tournament. But we'll let that slide this time. Let you've been warned.
I am deeply hurt that they would choose Clash over us.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Clash doesn't provide a cash payout.
Nor are your games cast, I
Oh,
think.
very true.
All right, so we seem to be into draft, guys. It's taken a while, but we're here. We're ready to go. So they're locked in 2 champions already. So let's take a look at the bans real quick. So we've got a couple of melee champions going out. We've got the Viego going out, which is a champion that is played a lot by Eternal Sorrow, who is the jungler for KND. And we have also seen the Volibear taken out, which is kind of his second pick, according to what I've been able to find out. So they're really target banning him. On the opposite side, they are banning champions that you seem to be more aware of.
Woohoo! All right. So yeah, let's see here. We've got the Wukong, Akali, and her name is escaping me. Talia. There we go. Talia bands coming through. Locked in Diana. But yeah, so the Wukong, all heavy jungle bands coming out here, right? All of them have been oppressive on the pro circuit. I assume that communicates well to the high elos. So yeah, and then we see the one mid laner and a support band. We've got the famous Senna Kench, so assuming that's going to be a fasting Senna.
Yes, that's going to be a fasting Senna. There's been a lot of fasting Senna around the world in the last, month or two. This is a very strong pick, especially because a lot of the champions that are being played right now work quite well in big team fights. Games are going on a bit longer, so Senna has more time to scale, and Ken just becomes a really, really good frontline while also still providing the utility that he provides as a peeling support. So
Absolutely. So now we've
in
got
chat,
Jin Jiao. So still that dueling jungle coming through, despite all the bans. They go for that high prio early game dueling junglist against Diana, who definitely has the scaling advantage. We assume Diana's in jungle.
yeah, so Diana does provide a lot more pressure later into the game, though I'm pretty sure Jin Zhao wins the 1v1 at any point of the game, provided they're even. But obviously, Diana can go into a team fight, get a big ulti, and really start tearing apart the team. Both teams kind of need a bit more damage. There's a Seraphine locked in. You often play Seraphine bot lane nowadays. So
Yeah,
Seraphine is
that looks
often.
like a double enchanter bot lane. Seraphine
Yes.
Rakan. We'll see. I mean, Seraphine did go mid lane for a little while, but she usually lacks the output, and you want that carry potential in the mid lane to be getting all those resources. So yeah, we'll see if that carries through. A little bit of a flex pick maybe. Now we've got the Camille band, so another duelist band, and the Silas, excuse me, Silas Victor bands coming through.
Yeah, so there's a lot of mid lane bans. I'm not sure what the mid laner of iGaming plays, but I do know that the mid laner of KND plays a lot of Silas himself. It's actually his most played champion. So it's quite surprising to me that they're banning the Silas. So I'm assuming they just want to have a little bit more range in their composition because currently they only have one range champion.
Well, and you know what? So I believe if it was Rammers Vampin who was talking earlier, Akali and Victor top two uh, characters, top two champs that individual. So that could be the strat there to ban out one of the carries. Oh, the Twitch coming in bot lane. So now I'm a little confused. I'm gonna assume that's Twitch Rakan now. Seraphine mid. Uh, Twitch Rakan is powerful right now. I mean, Twitch is all over the place right now. That little rat sucks.
Oh, definitely. I've been playing a lot of Twitch myself recently, and I think he's just such a strong champion. And one thing we have to take a look at here is that iGaming needs more damage. They have a Senna here, and they have a Xin Zhao. They're pretty strong champions, but they're not going to really shred the front line. So if Kaney gets a bit of a front line going here, they need some damage coming out from the mid lane.
Well, both comps pretty squishy. You know, you got the Tom Kench who can definitely frontline, and he will be. It's important to remember that even though he's technically the support, he's going to be the one farming. So those resources are on him. He's going to be tankier than any normal support would be. And then we see the Gnar. So exactly as you just mentioned. So now they've got a little bit of damage, a little bit of frontline. The Xin Zhao is going to want to dive. The Lysandre gives you a lot of crowd control, a lot of durability. The Gnar can do whatever Gnar wants. We'll see how KND responds here.
Yeah, so I very much like the Lissandra pick here because I think it's extremely important here. uh, KND revolves around pretty much one champion here. It's just Twitch is going to be the primary damage threat here, and it's very important that you have someone to lock down the Twitch. So Lissandra going in there, throwing out the ulti, throwing out the W, is going to really stop Twitch and kind of forces Twitch to build a QSS at some point in the game. I suppose you could have Rakan or the Seraphine build, build some CC cleansing. Also, Seraphine seems to be going into the mid lane here.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like, right? So we've got Olaf, another meta pick going top right now. Fun fact, Olaf was the first champ that I picked up in League of Legends. I took him top,
Oh,
and
really?
it was, generally speaking, boring as balls. So I've been very happy to see my boy come back. And right now he's running rampant. When he gets ahead, that passive just takes over, and now he's got the little bit of shielding as well, just make him a little more viable, a little more durable. Of course, Gore Drinker in the durability patch that we're still in. That's a solid pick, and that R is going to negate literally the entire enemy team.
Definitely. And Olaf is a champion that kind of needs to win his lane. If Olaf falls behind early game, then it's going to be very hard for him to really make an impact in the game because he'll often not be tanky enough to really make it to the backline before he gets shredded by whatever threats are on the opposing team. But if he's ahead, especially when he is supported by the likes of a Seraphine boosting him, it is very dangerous if he gets ahead. And speaking of getting ahead, I have his ranked win rate right in front of me here, and he has 5 wins and 1 loss on a champion. So he definitely seems to know what he's doing. Let's see if we can transfer that from solo queue into this very professional environment.
As we both say from our living rooms.
Hey, I'll have you know that just a quick behind the scenes thing before we dive into the game. Anyway, I didn't know that we had an external tool for draft going on as I was discussing draft. So you were ahead of me. I was like, well, where is he getting this information? And then it turned out there was a link in the chat that I had completely missed. So,
I
I am 100% a professional.
That's right. That's right. I clicked on it like a child would, thinking, well, hopefully this isn't a virus. Let's see what this is. Just turned out to be good.
It's kind of like the LimeWire stuff back in the day. You used
Oh
to
yeah.
download something and you were kind of praying like there's like a chance this is a virus, the actual thing, or porn.
Right, right.
That's like,
Evanescence.exe.
an
That's a
exe file for a
well-known.
song.
Right, right. That's a well-known audio file extension, folks.
Yes, definitely. Or it's MP69 or something like that.
Right, right, right. Yep. Public service announcement. It's not. Do not click on that.
No, please do not.
Especially these days. Back then, it wasn't a big deal. You would just get a pop up on your computer that would go for like 100 years, and you had to shut down and do all these weird things. These days, they'll steal your whole life, and you won't ever know.
Yeah, I mean, I had a virus once that forced me to use a USB stick to like run a file in my BIOS to be able to then remove the virus because I couldn't launch the PC. It was like this whole mess, but I beat it, and I felt so proud.
Yeah, you should. I thought for sure you were going to tell me it was a virus that made you buy porn or something. I was going to say, look, EK, we're all adults now. You don't, the story
Well,
that you told your mom.
well, to be fair, the pop-up that I got was telling me that they were going to report me for. I can't remember the details, but they were going to report
Bad
me for
stuff.
something of that stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
we have seen your history or whatever. Like,
Right.
if you don't want
All
this
right,
shit
so
with the police.
right. All right, let's take a look here back in chat. Rammers Vampin seems to be taking a page out of the old KND book and active in chat. True. Oh, so he may or may not be giving us an insight into their gaming strategy. He says fasting refers to a Senna who fasts, by the way, meaning she farms later, which might or might not be true. Ah,
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing with fasting Senna because later on in the game, you kind of want to start farming because you want to ramp up your items a bit quicker because otherwise you're going to be behind when you finish your support item and your gold income drops. But at the same time, when you start farming, you start getting less souls. So it's kind of like this fine line where you want to get enough souls, you also want to get enough income, and it's definitely a balancing act.
absolutely. Just to call out real quick, because we're professionals, as 42 Gaming Esports just called out, there is a prediction in chat. Gamble your little hearts away. This is the only form of gambling still allowed in the EU. That's a joke. And so go ahead and spend all your hard-earned channel points putting up a prediction on who's going to come out on top. Early K&D had it at 100%, but then iGaming woke up. So now we've got a pretty even thing here. I'm going to put in my money. Nobody look.
I'm looking over your shoulder.
Yeah.
I
That's
am behind
impressive.
you.
That's a 4,000 mile stretch.
I mean, you have seen the image. I'm behind you. You might
That's
have known
right.
this, but there's actually a camera in your painting.
That's even better because I said I don't work there or live there rather.
Oh, then I guess I'm watching other people right now. My bad.
It's
Right.
not working in Poland because of the laws. How? Well, there you go. I was right.
All right. So Ramus Vampen, thank you very much for joining me in chat or joining us in chat. Actually, have fun in your game. You know, good luck. We'll see how you perform in game, and definitely let us know how it went after. So we have some other people in chat. It's not working in Poland because of the laws. What are we talking about here?
I think they
Uh,
made the prediction. I think my joke came true.
oh, really? I mean,
Yeah.
the Dutch gambling laws are actually rather harsh because they ban stuff like Lost Ark as well here, because of
No
the
kidding.
whole gambling stuff like loot boxes and stuff. So yeah,
Wow.
predictions. All right.
And in America, we have the Dutch have the reputation of kind of allowing everything,
Well, we allow a lot of stuff, but
but not the jambles.
not pay to win, I guess, or pay to
Hey,
win RNG.
right, right. I'm in it. They say you can't play casino in GTA even in Poland.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Well, I did not know that. Thank you for telling us.
I don't
That's
know
very
that I ever
interesting.
played the casino in GTA. I was usually busy blowing things up.
You know, I haven't played GTA too much because I never owned it. But when I played that game with friends, I think all I did was just like input flying codes and start flying around with cars.
All I did was put in the cheats. Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
I think I should have just played like some sort of flying sim because that's kind of what I was doing. But I was just
You
doing
know
it
they
in
have that
GTA.
EK.
I'm
They
very
have
much
those.
aware. Yes, yes, I
Okay.
know. I'm aware. I should have just bought a flying sim or something. But you know, I did what I had to do.
That's right. Dutch Jessica, everyone cheats in GTA. Listen, if they put the code in the game, I'm not cheating. Okay?
That's true. Like the developers actually put the codes in the game, so they're meant to be used.
Right. I just happen to do it to cause mayhem, get 5 stars, blow stuff up for an hour until I get killed and turn off the PS2 or whatever I was playing.
That sounds fair. So we should be diving into the game very shortly, I assume. We are waiting. All right, so we have just heard that we are diving into spectator mode very shortly, so you don't have to listen to us talk about random bullshit for too much longer. So stay
Damn it.
with us for just a moment. But you know, on a positive note, we are still climbing in viewers.
Hey, there we go.
And
Yeah.
obviously. All right, so we
And we're
seem to
just
have.
go ahead. We
Yeah,
were on the same page.
I was gonna say we seem to have some beautiful colored. Well, it's almost like a flag. It's just like some sort of pride flag or something. Are
Right.
we?
It's
Are
just yeah, we didn't, we haven't streamed in a few weeks. We're catching up on Pride Month.
we are inclusive?
There is still a prediction up, folks. Let's check in on the status. KND on top, not by much. It's pretty even. Now, fun fact: when I go into streams that do these predictions, I bet like a professional because I don't have stakes on it, right? So I sit there and I pick, okay, what's gonna pay me more money? And I sit there and just grow, and it's like an obsession, but I don't actually care or get anything out of it. So maybe it's the best form of gambling for me. But I just sit there and I'm like, all right, the odds are 15-1 on this one. Screw it, I'm going all in on the downside. And
Hey,
that way,
if
if
the
I lost, oh well.
if the payout's also 15-1, then I think
Exactly.
that's the gambler's mind right there, and that's how you lose everything.
Got we won a draft game even before your game started. Well, then you should have joined the tournament and see you'd already be back in.
Yeah, and you could
Yep.
have started winning a game here as well. That'd be great. But I'm
Stick.
I'm I'm glad you won.
That's right. Stick with us, chat. We are just going through a little bit of technical difficulty, but we will be going live shortly. Or, well, we are live, but we will
Hey,
be.
Jenks, thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime.
You're welcome.
Beautiful.
I meant to do it
Subscribe.
last time, but it wasn't up yet.
I maybe I should do the same thing. Wait, do I still have Twitch Prime? Hold on, guys. Hold on. This is very important. Can I use my Prime sub here?
Gotta check your Bezos bucks.
There we go.
We
Ramping
need
up
one
those
more
subs.
person to sub, gift, or use bits to get a hype train going.
Woo! Hype! Guys, we're going into game.
That's where the hype
Wait.
is.
There's a lot of stuff happening here.
Oh, wow. Okay, level 1, here we go. And KND coming down. They've already lost one. Rakan real close. They're going to go in this. So they went for a blue side invade, I think. No, that is iGaming that went in. Yeah, blue side invade. Yep. Okay. Wow.
That was
There you go. That's what you get for a hype train.
That was a lot of stuff going on there.
Yeah, I was
wasn't
not
prepared.
ready. I'm the play-by-play, and I was not ready for that. I don't usually start play-by-play 3 seconds behind.
Hey, you just gotta catch up. You know, we caught up to Pride month. We catch up to the team fight. It's fine.
Hey, there you go.
So Twitch definitely doesn't have a lot of early pressure. So Twitch loses pretty much any matchup early game. It's really rough playing Twitch. You have no CC. You have very little damage early game. So you kind of just get shoved in, which is fine. It's not like the iGame bot lane with their fasting Senna has the most priority here, but it's definitely a bit of a stronger lane.
Absolutely. I do want to keep an eye on that bot lane. I think it's going to be spicy. Obviously, just by where they put the jungle prio. Twitch always has the opportunity, right? I've seen it a couple times. I'm sure you have in recent professional play where Twitch can literally just turn that lane upside down and level 2, level 3 wind up with 2 kills. And then it's just absolutely dominant from that point. It's super hard to turn him around just with his built-in kit.
So I want to answer a question from chat real quick. Can we see what happened before? Unfortunately not. We do not currently have replays available to us. So unfortunately we have to disappoint you there. We are also kind of curious to see what happened there, but unfortunately that's simply not possible currently. Yeah, so what we know regarding the fight is that the iGaming invaded onto KND, and then KND got 2 kills, while apparently iGaming got 1 kill. So at least we know that, they were looking to play aggressive.
Here we go. Perfect. Excellent.
All right, so there's a fight going on in the bottom.
Yep, the classic level 2, and obviously they're going to pick on the Senna, who's not... and the junglers here, both junglers here, paying attention to bot lane. They do go in on Twitch. Twitch forced to flash. Diana hit the Q. She's going back in. Shield is up. Health bar's getting low, though. They're going to hit down the Diana. There goes Diana. Rakan, as he goes next. Lissandra is in, flashes in. It's the stun, and there goes Twitch as well. Everybody gets out. They do take a lot of turret shots. That's really low on the Lee Sin there. Excuse me. On Xin Zhao, but they do get out. That had to be single-digit health.
That was very close to going very bad for iGaming, but it turned out very good for iGaming. So that was a really good roam there by Rammus Vampen to just, calm down, use the claw over the wall, and get the final CC to secure the final kill. He was in chat with us just now. He did say that he was going to perform well, or at least that's what I kind of got from the way he was speaking to us. And, well, so far, he has not disappointed yet.
Absolutely, and you know what? That was he did call his shots. The Babe Ruth of League Legends there. So now we're kind of back in steady here. So we'll see what's going on. There looked like there might have been some trades top lane. We do have top lane roaming down. He has caught out the Diana there, who looked like she was going for Krugs. Diana's in trouble here. I don't know if she knows. There goes the Lissandra Claw again. So obviously, IG Gaming very happy to have the mid lane roaming there. The Rakan disengage, worth everything, though, to stop a full-on 3v3.
Yeah, it was a very good call there for Gnar to move down into the mid lane river. Because the team definitely needed the support, and he had pushed out the wave. So I want to talk about top real quick, because top is one of those matchups where, as I alluded to earlier, once Olaf gets ahead, it's very hard for Gnar to have the pressure. But early on, definitely Gnar can have the pressure if he spaces well and dodges the axes, like he's doing right now.
Right, and that's the thing with Olaf, right? And the ignite down on the support, and there goes Senna. Senna having a rough game so far. But yeah, to your point, with Olaf, if you dodge the axes, especially against a champ like Gnar, he just becomes pretty useless because you don't get the armor break, you don't get the reset on the Q, or if he does get it, he has to go chase it down. Meanwhile, you're just pelting him with those boomerangs. So that's a tough matchup.
It's a very active early game as well. Here we were, casually just waiting to go into game. I was going to talk a little bit about, how people were going to play things out. But no, all they're doing is fighting. They're just fighting.
It's LPL over here.
Yes. Whenever I'm watching Pro League or something, I'm like, these casters get to talk about, what's going on in the map state, and they're looking to talk about the vision and stuff. Meanwhile, watching these games, they're like, people are all over the place.
They sure are. I'm even trying to take notes, and it's not going well.
Hey, I have a notepad in front of me. I have taken some notes, but I stopped once we went to the game. It just wasn't possible anymore.
Diana caught out again here. Maybe there comes the Lissandra ult, and Diana shut down. That's it. It's not even play by play when I only have to say 2 sentences. Twitch is looking for something, but he's got to be careful. They can just dive him again. There's still 4 members down here.
So I think iGaming is. Hold
Ooh,
on.
a little bit of miscommunication there. Tom is all by himself. He does have some pressure, obviously, a lot of sustain, but the Twitch poison is down. Senna gets a stack off him, and I think they're just sitting around just to watch, make sure that Xin Zhao can pick up the blue buff safely here.
Also, look at the wave state in the bot lane, because the blue wave is just still pushing into the turret, or at least, there's a couple minions now. They're denying so many minions here, so much experience, so much CS, so much gold. It's so hard
Still
to deal
have
with
the
it.
fight, but Xin Zhao's still in the area. He's going to go back in on this poor Diana again. Rakan gets wrapped up. They can't step up. You're absolutely right. So K&D, I hate to say it, getting bullied right now. I think we might have to report this to the authorities.
Yeah, this is really rough, because the KND bot lane currently, it's not even their fault specifically. They want to walk up to the turret, they want to farm, they want to play League of Legends.
And we've got another dive under turret. They do manage to get one this time. A lot of turret shots going down. Let's see if Xin Zhao... Oh, Xin Zhao's going to get caught out right here. See if the Twitch can do anything about it. Rakan hits him, and there it is. They do manage to pass it over. And, let's be honest, as much as they were getting bullied, you do not want your counter kills falling onto Twitch. They had managed to put them well behind. We look at the Tahm Kench 43 CS, Twitch 27, but it's an ADC. Those 27 CS are going to go to way better use on Twitch than they are Tahm Kench, no matter what the gap is.
Yeah, the goal for iGaming is just push bot lane, or the game plan that I've been trying to deploy is just push bot lane, push mid lane, have the jungle and the mid laner roam into the blue side jungle for KND, and just zone them off the wave, pressure onto them, and make sure
getting a
the
lane
Twitch can't get
swap
ahead.
here.
You are right. So
We're getting a lane swap here. iGaming just pushing the pace. This is incredibly aggressive. Tahm
I think
Kench's just going to chase Olaf down here, despite a 2-level advantage from Olaf.
yeah, Olaf definitely knows that there is going to be backup around him. I can't imagine Kench going in on his own, trying to 1v1 the Olaf. Though, I guess you could try it. You would lose that matchup. So Olaf knows that, and he just backs off. So iGaming
They've got Diana covering, but we might have another fight in top lane. Xin Zhao's in the area, but he is on Rift Herald, so he doesn't want to fight. We'll see. I don't know if iGaming knows they're being collapsed on. They do now. They saw the sweeper hit the blue buff, and all right, I interrupted you for no reason that time. Xin Zhao does secure Rift Herald.
Hey,
We're going to have another fight. Lissandra back in it. She does drop the ulti. She's got lock up. There goes Seraphine. She's one down. That goes to the mid laner. The stun's going to hit from Tahm Kench as soon as the Q is back up onto Rakan. There it is. And Senna takes the kill.
That was a donation.
I think it sure was.
It was just simple donation. It was very nice. You're fasting Senna. You're already struggling because you have to fast. We all know how hard it is to be hungry the entire time. So, someone gifting a pizza to you is like, ooh, delicious.
You know what? You're right. So we were talking about lane state and trying to talk about it here. We go another fight, and Twitch is in it. Here we were talking about the power that Twitch has. So it doesn't matter that he's a level down and a bunch of CS down. He just went up against the solar laner and ate him alive. Oh, we've got another dive top lane. Tahm Kench does manage to get out, does have to use the flash. I don't think they got any kills. Did iGaming get a kill? I'm pretty sure they got counter killed. They are going to chase down Tahm Kench here. Of course, it is Tahm Kench, so he's got a million escapes. He's got thick skin. But that Q from Olaf is slow. Lissandra's back in it. Lissandra's going to use the stun. I think they've got to get out, though. That was a nice flash. So he threw the claw one way and then flashed the other. That was very Faker-esque there. Wow. And then a solo kill. Gnar, you got to watch the Mega Gnar. Gnar comes back into it, solo kills Twitch. As you were saying, EK, we're trying to talk about wave state. Who cares about wave state when you're fighting every 3 seconds?
Should I just let you do the cast on your own?
You might have to. I'm trying to give you time, and then they fight.
I mean, I'll just go downstairs. Like, I'll grab myself a coffee or something, make myself some food. Like I'll come back in like half an hour and see if the game's still going on.
You know what? If we were the LEC, we would have a video that they'd be playing of you out like shopping, getting your coffee and stuff, and I'm just here, just sweating, trying to talk the whole time, and then you'd come back like, "Hey man, how is it?" And I'm just dead.
Like, why do you look so tired? Evident-
you're in the spa. All right,
Getting
so
a
blue.
massage.
That's right. iGaming going in again. I wasn't going to talk about it, but they do manage to burn the flash on Diana again. They do also manage to get the Drake. And it's a proof to how much they've been fighting that was the first Drake take of the game. At 12 minutes, they're going to drop Herald. This bottom tower's gone.
Oh, one more hit. There we go. Kench licks it.
Oh my gosh, Lissandra back in it, Xin Zhao in it, the ult goes down, and the bot lane is gone. They too late, they recognized the danger they were in. I think they needed to back a lot earlier. They are taking plates wherever they can, but we look at the stats here, they're barely staying in it. It's almost a 5k gold lead at this point. Okay, I lied. It's 3 and change.
I was just going to correct you, but then I realized, wait, I think he's going to correct himself.
American education is not great, folks, all right?
So what Olaf's doing right now is he at least for a second there, he was trying to keep the wave in the middle there, hope Gnar walks up and then get a free kill. But Gnar is smarter than that. He's walking down, he's getting some vision for himself to make sure he doesn't get dove by Diana. Also, you can hear that I'm speaking very fast because I want to make sure I get all these points in before the next action happens.
That's right.
Breathing.
Yeah, I'm the play-by-play guy, and I can't keep up. That's not this Diana. I feel bad for this Diana because I mean, she's got 6 assists, right? She's in it, but she's down 20 CS to a dueling champ, who you already stated in draft probably beats her if they're dead even at any point in the game in terms of a one-on-one. So she can't do an invade. The team fights, she is down 4 deaths already. So just in terms of time on the map, experience, CS, she's hurting right now. None of these kills are going over to her. She is a carry champ, so she does want that extra resources. All she's getting is assists. Here we go. We're going to have another fight, so I'm going to stop talking so you get a chance.
All right, so there is a shining bright light here, though, and that's Olaf. Olaf is 4-0. He's got a small CS lead. He is very strong. He just finished his Triforce, and they do have a Seraphine to, keep him alive, and they have a...
Here we go. Xin Zhao in again. Does land on the Diana. They've got Diana locked down. They're just bullying her. Rakan goes in to try and disengage. It's going to cost him his life. There comes the Lissandra ult. They do lock up Rakan. Rakan goes down. Seraphine does hit the charm or the slow there. Olaf is in it, but Olaf doesn't really want to be here. He does pop the ult, so they do get that cooldown off him. He's going to have to walk away. They're going to continue to chase. Let's see. The Q does hit from Gnar. There comes the claw one more time. Lissandra locks him down. They can't. Oh, there it is. They do manage to finish the kill with the long-range auto from Lissandra.
I'm not quite sure how that auto finished the kill there, honestly, but I guess there was some auto damage coming in.
Electrocuted. Thank you, production.
Ah, yes, of course. That makes a lot of sense.
When your runes actually matter, which at my level of play is basically never.
So I wanted to talk about the shining light here, but that shining light is getting dimmer and dimmer, and it is Olaf. And the reason why I think Olaf can still do something is because Olaf is the only guy in this team who can actually run through the team and get to the backline. Now, obviously, it's going to be very hard because there's going to be a Tahm Kench devouring the Senna and then, stalling the Olaf as he's running in while his team is able to peel. But there is the Rakan engage, there is the Seraphine support on Olaf. So Olaf can make it to the backline and can, tear apart people there. But it's getting harder and harder because, as I mentioned in draft, Olaf is the kind of champion who really does well when he is ahead of the curve. You want Olaf to be just tanky enough where you can walk into the enemy team and not die, but also tanky enough where you can survive long enough to make it to the backline. And Olaf is ahead, but his team isn't.
Yeah, and as you say that, right, here they go diving the Olaf, so they're going to punish him for being too far up in lane by himself when the rest of the team can't help. He's going to pop the ult. He goes in, 1v3. This is a lot. He does manage to take... No, he doesn't. Okay, I thought he took Senna with him. That flash threw me off.
Yeah, Senna flashed last second to save herself.
Wow. All right, we maybe have a dive here. Mid lane, no one wants to dive a Tahm Kench, though. Nope, they're going to disengage. Probably the smart move, especially with iGaming taking control of the top of the map.
Yeah, so this is the second Herald that they're grabbing. Let's see where they put this to use. I think what they need to do here is break the mid turret, because as you can see on the minimap right now, bot turret's gone, top turret's gone, which means that at this point in the game, what you want to do is you want to start pushing your vision towards the tier 2 and, get like a bit of a line top to bottom.
We got another fight, and there. I wasn't even worth interrupting you.
That wasn't a fight, that was a slaughter.
That's right.
That was
Twitch gets
something.
caught out trying to farm too far from tower. You're absolutely right. They've got to take down the mid tower, especially because the top tower on their side of K&D is already down. The mid tower is about to go down. Seraphine caught out. Lissandra's going to ult her here. She does have
She
help
doesn't have
coming.
damage.
Seraphine does. Ooh, she doesn't have enough damage to burst her down.
Yeah, so
Important to note that Lissandra, she's doing well to CS at this point. They do drop the Rift Herald mid. Xin Zhao's going to go in. There goes Lissandra. She does not take the claw. They are under tower. Gnar has Mega. He does hit 2 with the ult, the stun. He cannot last, though. So they're now having to retreat. The Ignite goes down. Olaf in it. Rakan in it. They just are getting slapped with the wall at EK. They can't do anything, despite the fact they had health bars low. They had the engage. Mana low on everybody for iGaming. There comes the Devour. They just can't get it done. Twitch all by himself now, going to try and catch much of this farm as he can.
Twitch was definitely pumping out some DPS there, and if this had been, Twitch 10, 15 minutes later into this game, that could have been like a triple kill for Twitch. But, just sitting on the Blade of the Ruined King against the size of wallets that iGaming has right now, you just don't kill them quick enough for Twitch to really matter. The way they win this game is no longer through Olaf, I think. Olaf is kind of past his point of power. Yeah, he can still do work, but you saw in the previous team fight, he died before he could really get any significant damage in. People can flash, people can, have some gap closes and get away from Olaf. Twitch needs to get the damage now. So Twitch needs to get to 3 items. If he can finish his Kraken and his Runan, that is when he can start popping off.
And that's why we see him in the solo lane here, just catching farm, right? He's just sitting here trying his best. Last hitting, he wants that wave to stay as close to his tower as he can, get as much experience and gold as he can. You're going to see him, I have no doubt, back out. Here we go again. So there's Mega Gnar. Don't really want to fight a Mega Gnar, but that's the beauty of Olaf. He does just slap him around. Does pop the ult there, so, about a 60-second cooldown, I think, at this point, maybe a little less.
Yeah, Olaf just does not care. Olaf just walks in there, and
Olaf's going to fight again. Olaf and Lissandra here. Lissandra does drop the ult, the claw. Yep, and she does have the damage this time to finish him off, so
that was
pushing
actually
his advantage.
That was very close, actually. If Olaf could have gotten a little bit more time there, turn it around, because Olaf gets really dangerous when he's low HP.
He sure does. Every time I go against him, I lose.
Yeah, it's very scary when he's low HP. You're like, this guy's like 10% HP. I can 1v1 this guy. He pops one. I wouldn't say Gold Ranker. He doesn't have Gold Ranker in this case, but he pops his healing. He pops a Gold Ranker sometimes, and he just out heals your damage. It's ridiculous.
That's right.
So Senna is sitting on 92 stacks, which is very good pacing for a 20-minute game. Generally, the way at least I look at Senna for having an amazing game is if you can hit roughly 100 stacks at 20 minutes, that's like a really good game.
And they just delete Diana again. Boy oh boy. Every time Xin Zhao lands that challenge, he wins. He goes back in here. They do go in on the Olaf, not the target that you want, but there's the Devour, so it doesn't matter. Nice little observer bug there. If you could see Olaf's spear sticking out, that was awesome. Gnar going in for some poke. Couldn't get Mega Gnar up in time. He does have the jump. Jumps over and is out. Let's see if this pays off. This is what we call in my games a Baron throw attempt.
Yeah, this is risky.
This is risky, and I don't think they need to. But you know what? That's what IG's been doing the whole time, is pushing the pace. They do have Mega Gnar, so they're going to use him to zone. They do have the man advantage. And they're just... Yeah, they're just trying to burn it down. Now, Olaf's coming in. The whole team is collapsing, but they are going to secure Baron here. There's Smite. Diana's in late. Diana's going to get blown up. She does get the ult off. She does get blown up. The Lissandra goes in, but Lissandra had stopwatch. She's okay. That's 2 down for KND. The flash out. The Ignite is down on Seraphine. I don't think it's going to matter. Nope. Tahm Kench decides it's all good. Rakan dances away, as he is prone to do. They drop the Seraphine charm. They are Baron buffed, though, and they do have the wave. They're going to just continue.
And KND has to walk back to base because they have 3 people left alive who aren't in any state of fight. They have to walk back to the fountain, and this means iGaming could just take a free inhibitor here.
Well, let's face it, we're just past the 21-minute mark, and there's a 12,000 gold lead for IG Gaming right now, for iGaming right now. So there goes the Rakan, there goes, but the Gnar does not get Mega fast enough. He does go down, the rest of the team left him there. A little bit of a disconnect.
So that's kind of the way they can make, KND can make the comeback happen here. If iGaming keeps overstepping, then it's definitely possible for KND to make a comeback here. The thing you have to keep in mind is that teams don't really have that amazing scaling. Lissandra kind of falls off. She becomes a very control-oriented pick. Early on in the
Right.
game, you can use her to deal quite a lot of damage and blow someone up. And yeah, Lissandra can still blow up a squishy late game, but you're not going to jump into a team fight and kill everyone. It's possible if you're really far ahead. The later the game goes, the more you shift into that control style. Olaf has
Right.
trouble dealing with backline, as we've established. Diana is far behind. Jin Zhao doesn't scale amazingly well. So there's a lot of champions here that don't scale too well. So it's kind of going to come down here to can Senna outrange Olaf, and can Twitch deal with the divers? And Twitch just needs items if they have a hope of mounting a comeback.
That's right. The only thing that I would say to your point is there is a lot of bounty gold on the map right now. They are going to go in. Olaf caught out here. I don't know if he knows it. He did pop R. R's already expired. Ragnarok down. The Lissandra ult comes in, and that's it.
And this KND are using this time to push out the mid wave, because what they need to do in this game in order to survive is just make sure they keep the wave pushed, make sure they keep some resemblance of vision just outside their base. There isn't a soul point waiting for iGaming just yet. There is still roughly 5 minutes left because they're taking the third dragon right now. So they have some time to work with, and they have to funnel gold into their Twitch.
Oh, and we got a smite fight. They do manage to take the bounty, so Diana comes in. That was actually massive for them. They get the bounty, they get the Drake, so they stop the stack. They're going to catch out Gnar here. They kill Gnar. So once again, to your point, that's exactly what they have to do. They have to slow this game down. They have to give it time because they do have one of the best pure DPSs in the game, and they have to claim these objective bounties. That's a huge amount of gold still on the board right now. As we say that, though, you're absolutely right. They just shut off. So it's going to be a tougher time now. Ragnarok goes down. He just gets blown up. He's not dead yet. There goes the Twitch, though. The DPS is down. And I think you're right. The iGaming played this perfectly. KND known for their aggression, and iGaming says we can do it better.
iGaming showed up with a lot of aggression. They had a clear game plan. They played around an invasion of the bottom lane jungle, of the blue side jungle. They zoned Twitch out. Twitch is the main damage profile for their team composition. Twitch being behind meant that there was no damage on KND, and they were able to snowball. I have to call out one man in particular here, and it is the mid laner for iGaming. He told us in chat that he was definitely he would be my player.
I think he finished 9-0-9.
Yeah, he was legendary.
That was the last time I saw. Let's see. It's up 9-0-10. The man slapped. Man, woman, person, they slapped. Ramers Vampin can let me know in chat. With full Magi's, by the way.
Ooh.
Going for popcorn and watching the stream. Not finals this time. Matthias, buddy, we appreciate you being around, though. Thank you for always being the one team we can count on, and a fantastic game. That game was worth it. That was fantastic. That was an unreal pace.
You guys definitely put up a fight there. It's not like you guys laid over and just died. You were behind. You tried making plays. It didn't always work. But you can't always have 5 random people and get to the final. I appreciate you guys trying again and again and again. And I'm really hoping to see you again next month. It's going to be great.
And Ramers Vampin has let us know they prefer the pronoun Lord. So I don't know how we feel about
Lord. All right. Well, I'll keep that in mind.
All right. It looks like we're going to take a quick pause while we go ahead and get some stuff set up here. We're waiting for the rest of the games to play out and waiting for our brackets to shape up.
So thank you very much for being with us for the first game, and we'll be right back. Alright, guys, welcome back for our second game of the day. Our second game of the day is going to be Crazy United Monkeys versus Dutch Community Team.
We're not going to talk about acronyms. Not
That's
important right
correct.
now.
That's correct. We refuse to acknowledge the existence of acronyms here.
Even though we definitely use it with our Soulful Tusa the Tenebris team that's not here today because nobody was saying that 57 times fast. But going into draft, so looking at champ pool, did you notice anything as we split off there, EK, that caught your eye in terms of meta or off
Yeah.
meta?
So just to give you a quick behind the scenes thing here, the way we do this is between games we both look at one team and we see what kind of picks we see for both teams. And the one thing I noticed for our team with the beautiful name of Crazy United Monkeys is that all of them seem to be AD carry mains. I think every single one of them plays a lot of Jinx, and it's just a lot of just a lot of AD carries in general. But there was a very interesting Cassiopeia there. Their team is a lot of golds, and their who I assume to be their mid laner has a really good Cassiopeia, or at least he's 14-3 in solo queue currently, and he's Diamond 3, I think he was.
I have that same
So,
record. Oh, you didn't say 3 and 14. Oh, never mind.
oh yeah, I'm sorry. So sorry to call you out like that. So yeah, I'm excited to see if he is their mid laner because it's sometimes it's a bit hard to see who plays what position exactly because they have like all kinds of overlapping champion pools, and obviously these people don't just play one role. So I'm gonna
Absolutely.
assume he is mid lane, which would suggest that there's probably a lot of priority on the Cassiopeia. Anything on
Okay.
your end?
Uh, so last time we had in the last game we had I think like 4 masters between the maybe 5 between the two rosters. We do have a actually I thought I was playing with a fellow Bronzian in Punish, but then as you see on the screen, turns out they're actually masters. So somehow they're master in solo and bronze 1 in ranked queue. So Punish hit me up and we can rank queue together and you can carry me out of bronze.
Sounds like a plan. This man's asking you on a date, so send him a response.
That's right. I'm on Twitter.
Hit him up. Jinxing the Janks.
That's right. Top lane extraordinaire definitely won't feed.
Hey, you could just say you try your best not to feed, right?
I always do.
Right. So I just saw in the lobby there are about 2 minutes until they're ready. So we once again just we just have to fill the dead air time here with just some random banter here. So do you have anything to share with me, the viewers, with anyone here?
Oh boy. Uh that's
Sorry to put
that's
you on the spot like that.
super open. That was like the introduce yourself at Alcoholics Anonymous. You know what I mean? Like, okay,
Yes.
go ahead and tell us about yourself. I'm
Hello,
like,
my name is.
right.
Anything in particular you're looking forward to for this
I'm
game?
looking forward to this tournament, man. We got how many more games? Like
We
a
have
lot.
4 more. So just to have everyone know here, we have been going back and forth a little bit regarding the length of the tournament, and I have been a very big fan of having a best of finals. And fortunately, I got my way. We have a best of 3 final. So we have this game, then we have the semis after. We'll also be having those be best of ones, and then we'll have the best of 3 final. And I'm really hoping that we get 3 games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, who doesn't want the drama of the 3 games? You don't want to see a two game romp. So
You know,
we'll see here.
I might be a little bit boring here, but the thing I really like about having a best of series, especially one that goes the distance, is draft, because drafting usually is not that interesting because especially when teams aren't like super practiced, there's not a lot of like really in-depth stuff going on usually. But when you've played a couple games against each other, at some point you kind of start thinking back to your previous games and then adapting based on that, and that's when it becomes interesting to me.
If you remember our first tournament together, EK, that's a great point. So our first tournament together, Silas, I think it was KND, absolutely slaughtered in the first
Yes.
game and the second game of the tournament. They go into finals, and I believe it was SOT, immediately banned the Silas.
I see people asking in chat, by the way, can we start draft? I'm not sure if that is a question from players who are currently in the lobby, but I'm thinking we can. I have no idea. Let me see if we can get confirmation.
It looks like production's working on it.
All right, we seem to be able to start. So just 1 more minute, guys. We'll be there very, very shortly.
Keep in mind, this is going through the League of Legends servers. This is not the LEC. We do not have some devoted representative with devoted servers here. We're waiting on one caster or production and 10 players, and everything has to line itself up right. So let's just we enjoy EK and I enjoying our own voices. All right.
And we have the easy job. All we have to do here is we just sit here. We just talk about like random stuff, and it's done. Meanwhile, they have like coordinate many people,
Right.
like fix all kinds of like technical things. I'm just sitting on my chair talking into a microphone.
That's right. The production guy shared a photo of his setup of one of the prior tournaments, and I thought I had a pretty solid setup. 3 screens. This fool had 6 screens. I mean, I was like, and a laptop. They just informed me that is 7,
And a cat.
and a cat. Right,
I'm pretty sure
which
there was a cat on the picture as well.
I think you're right. And if you know having a cat, that's 3 extra screens worth of chaos. So,
That's true.
uh,
We've all been there when a cat blocks your screen, but like this cat could block like 3 screens because there's like so many. Anyway, guys, we are into drafts, so you no longer have to hear us talk about random cat facts, and
Right.
now we talk about the draft. So let's see what's going on here. We have Ash taken out, Vega taken out, Gangplank taken out, Vex taken out. So much stuff back to back, and none of these picks I have seen too much in my small amount of research, honestly.
Yeah, Ash, I only see build super annoying in ARAM with like Imperial Mandate and ult cooldown, and I just get locked down for 73 minutes every 6 seconds. But Happy Wheels BM says they're afraid of my Ash. So, little trash talk. Kale
Now,
ban, Vigar ban.
what I did notice is that the blue side plays a lot of Senna. So the Senna ban doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Now, if this Senna hadn't been banned, you could have kind of flexed the Wukong pick into both bot lane and jungle, and even to a certain extent top lane. But I'm going to assume because the Senna is banned and Wukong bot lane doesn't really work without the Senna, it's going to be jungle Wukong. And on the opposing side, we have Udyr.
And that is one of the champs in the Dutch community team's pool, specifically their jungler, or who I expect to be their jungler based on play history. Kai'Sa coming through too. These are some comfort picks based on the research that I was doing. So far, Dutch community team looks like they're set up well. I'm guessing that GP ban was a pre-counter. Just a guess on my part, but I think that whoever they have in mind for top lane, they did not want GP up there.
I mean, it could be Wukong. Generally, Gangplank. I blanked on the name there for a moment. Generally, Gangplank does quite well into a lot of melees because his passive is something like Forged by Fire or something like this, like Burning Blade of his. He like smacks his opponent. He Qs. He procs the grasp even if he runs that, and he just has a really strong trading pattern early game.
Yeah, and they've been running. I know in the pro scene they've been running first strike on him a lot now too, which is even more annoying potentially.
Yeah, if you're in a matchup where you don't need additional sustain, then having first strike is really good because it also improves your scaling even more because you get more money, which means more items, which means faster scaling.
Right,
Now,
especially on top of the GP passive.
yes, definitely. It's just it's money, money, money. It's bank blank all over again.
Like,
Have you never heard of bank blank?
I've never heard that. That's fantastic.
So back in the day, you used to have an item. I think it was called Average Blade that gave you extra gold for killing minions. I think that was what it did. And you would run it on Gangplank, and you would be making extra money on top of your passive, and you would call it Bankplank. And you also had another version of Gangplank, which was Tankplank.
All right, I love it. I love the
It's great.
wordplay.
It's
Now,
great.
so I think we just had our bot lanes look to be set. It looks like a Jin Karma versus Kai'Sa Braum. Interesting. I saw the Leo and thought for sure that was going to come in, but Braum is annoying to play against.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised with the Braum. Braum is pretty good into the bot lane matchup because you can block projectiles, which means that you can just stand in front of your team with the Braum shield and then block the Jhin ulti. But I kind of would have expected something like a Nautilus here. Just have some more kill pressure the with the Kai'Sa, because you also don't have an engaged jungler, so you need engage from somewhere. And so far, they don't really have any easy engage, especially into a Karma.
That's very true. It'll be interesting to see if they pick some up here. We do see, so it looks like Monkeys may have been doing some research too. Yone and Vlad coming out, banning the top lane. Those were two of what I assumed to be the top lanes comfort picks. So we're seeing some bans coming in there. We'll see what that turns into.
And meanwhile, the Cassiopeia is also taken out. As I had mentioned before, who I assumed to be their mid laner, has a very good win rate in Cassiopeia. So it's actually surprising to me that it wasn't taken out earlier. But at least it's taken out now. I guess the priority on it isn't as high as I expected it to be.
Yeah, I wonder if they just feel like, well, so they got the Gnar top lane, so maybe that weak side top lane was the play. Gnar obviously totally comfortable playing by himself long periods of time.
And once again, we seem to be having the Gnar Olaf matchup. The last time it definitely went to the favor of Olaf. So it's a hard matchup because depending on who dodges whose skill shots, one of them comes out ahead. Generally, I do favor Olaf because you kind of just throw axes, and the moment you hit one, you can chase down the Gnar. But Gnar can definitely outplay. And then there's Corki.
Absolutely.
Corki is probably my most played champion in the past couple of weeks. I think Corki is just he's so strong. You get 3 items and your rockets start dealing such ridiculous damage. And then I'm looking at the team composition for Dutch community team, and there's no engage. Who is supposed to engage on Corki here?
Gnar into the back lane. I don't know. A lot of comfort picks though for Dutch community team, which I think that outside of the pro scene, that can be worth a lot. You put me on the right champ. So for example, even though I'm bronze 9, my Mundo, fun fact, has over a 60% win rate.
I am proud of you.
I am too. When I saw that, I was like, you're a liar. There's no way. And my
That's
friends are like,
impressive.
you're an idiot. Why aren't you just riding Mundo out of bronze? I said, fun fact, Mundo does not carry.
Actually, Mundo goes where he pleases. So you choose.
Right.
You can take Mundo anywhere you want.
You know where he chooses to go for me? Bronze. That's where he
Hey,
chooses to go.
if that's your desired destination, then so be it. That's totally fine. So I want to talk about the Katarina here real quick because I haven't seen Katarina a lot recently. But the one game I did play into her, she solo carried the entire game because she was one-shotting literally every single team member I was with. So yeah, it's a very feast or famine champion. I'm having trouble kind of visualizing how Dutch community team is supposed to team fight. They kind of have to get ahead early game and then have to snowball using the Udyr, like pushing the vision forward and pushing Olaf into the jungle, taking away camps and just taking every objective. Because when I'm looking at the composition for the Crazy Night Monkeys. Wow, man, names are hard. Like I only see the abbreviations here. It's hard.
Yeah,
I'm like,
right.
I'm not gonna say the abbreviation. I had to open up a tab, but yeah, they have a lot of disengage. Someone jumps in, Corki just W is back. There's a Karma shield coming in. Wukong can peel with ulti. Olaf can't be CC'd. It's hard when teams are even. Yeah, I'm having a lot of trouble here visualizing a win for Dutch community team.
Well, like I said, the power of the comfort pick, though, right? And like you said,
definitely.
so let's talk about the individual pieces then. If we can't see the team fight, you don't have to team fight, right? If you
That's
watch enough
definitely
pro
correct.
game, like the 1-3-1 is totally valid. So let's talk about it. So Kai'Sa, hyper carry, especially in a dueling situation, right? Braum, annoying. That passive, he slaps you, everybody slaps you, you don't get to move. Udyr, very similar to Mundo, does what he wants. He goes where he wants. Gnar, totally comfortable in a solo lane, can win any matchup here. He's ranged up until a certain point, definitely has the explosive power to take down Corki. And Olaf, like you said, it comes down to the expression of skill. And then Katarina, if she gets carried away, which we saw with Lissandra, and she starts roaming, you just win every lane.
So I want to go into our Twitch chat for just a moment, and there is this guy called Rusu who is calling out draft. I happen to be Dutch myself, so I happen to be able to read whatever he is saying.
Oh, good.
And what he's saying is that their draft is a little bit, I don't know. Now, I'm not sure if he is a part of Dutch community team. But if he is, then I'm very interested to see how he considers his draft superior, unless they have a very good game plan and they can get their Udyr ahead.
That's the question for chat. Chat, give it to us. So
Yeah, because
just a
I-
reminder, and I don't want to call anybody out here, but just a reminder, we do ask that you keep the chat in English just for moderation purposes. But obviously, we do have folks, EK and a couple of our support that Dutch is easy. But
yeah, just keep it English. It's definitely a lot easier. But Russo now has mentioned in chat as well that he doesn't like both drafts and he's just a chiller here. So he's not a part of Dutch community team. So here I thought I was having some internal conversation, but it wasn't the case.
that's all right. The community engagement is even better.
Hey, I love it. I think it's the one upside we have in comparison to the big like LEC, LCS, LPL, whatever. Like hey, I see someone. So we have camps going on here, by the way, guys. We are talking to each other with a camp, so we can signal each other. And I see people on this stream. I thought you should know.
I have a beverage delivery service.
Love it. Can I have one too?
That
Can you ask her to bring me one?
yeah,
Anyway.
absolutely. It's a 10-hour flight, and then I'll need your address.
All right, guys. Sorry for the random tangent there, but I had to call him out here. So, yeah, the one benefit we have as opposed to the professional streams is that we are able to just engage with our viewers. There's a lot of stuff going on the screen, guys. Just ignore my laugh here, okay?
My beverage delivery service was mad because she thought she was on camera. I had to explain, no, only the other caster can see you. It's okay. So then she said, "Hi, EK," and waved.
It's great. It's great, guys. I'm sorry we can't show you that, but it is what
Nobody
it is.
wants to see that.
Yeah, we don't want to bother you guys by having our faces on the stream. So you see our pictures, that's fine, but cams will be a bit too much. So Happy Wheels BM says my money is on Dutch community team this game. I'm excited to get into game because I want to see how this game plays out. Because if I'm just trying to break down how Dutch community team wants to win. So generally, if you play Udyr, so let's just look at Udyr individually. You want to use the Udyr to outclear pretty much any other jungler. Udyr does outclear Wukong. You then want to use your level advantage to either gank your lanes, but he's not really good at that when you don't have set up CC in your lanes. So the other option here would be to have Udyr invade. And for Udyr to invade, you need your lanes to have prio, which means they need to be pushing. Bot lane, generally, I would say that blue side has better push. They have double range, they have the push. At least, after you use support item. Top lane, kind of difficult.
Talk to me about... Yeah, I think you're right. I think Gnar has the easier clear, right? And it does come down to skill. But talk to me about the interplay between jungle then. So Wukong is a duelist, right? And you're saying that Udyr wants to invade, and of course that does mean that the lanes have to have prio. But talk about the one-on-one, because we saw that was really impactful in the last match, right? That one-on-one, Diana got a little bit behind, and it was over. Every time Xin Zhao hit her with the challenge, she died, and they just were not a factor in that game.
You're definitely correct. It's a very important part of the game. One thing that I want to point out before I answer your question is that there are some issues with pick and ban going on right now. We are remaking pick and ban. We're going through it very quickly, and we should be going into game after we finish this draft. So apologies for the delay, but we'll be live as soon as we can. We are also eagerly awaiting this game. So to answer your question regarding the 1v1, Udyr wins.
Okay.
As far as I know,
I love that it was just that blunt. Udyr wins.
As far as I'm aware, I might be mistaken. I have played a lot of Wukong. I haven't played too much Udyr, so I can't judge from both sides. But from what I remember, playing Wukong into Udyr, you try and engage on him. He bear slaps you in the face. He has his shield. He gets sustained. He has a lot of single target damage. I don't think you win at 1v1 when you're even, or even if you're slightly ahead. Like, you need to be very far ahead to win. So I think what Wukong wants to do is have a safe clear to 6, and then see if he can impact the lanes. Because his lanes have a lot better gank setup, particularly bot lane.
Okay, so let's talk about that then. So let's say, ideal world here. They're breaking even. As you mentioned,
Mhm.
Wukong, really, it's about his ganks, right? He is a duelist, but it's about his gank setup. It's about his CC potential. And then, of course, he wants those long, scrappy fights where his passive builds up and he's starting to shred people. Uh, Not a lot of frontline on, it could be, right? On a Dutch community, but it depends on Gnar hitting Mega, right? It depends on Udyr having form, and he doesn't really want to be tanking. And then Braum, who is still a support. So as we go into lane, who's Wukong looking for here?
Wukong wants to look top early on, I'm pretty sure. Because as we've seen in the last game, once one side of that matchup gets ahead, it's very hard for the other person to really impact the game in the same way. Now, obviously, even though Olaf got ahead, his team lost. But I don't think that was because of the Olaf pick or the Olaf play. It was just, unfortunately, due to the way the map played out, the bot lane kind of fell apart, and they weren't able to recover properly. So I think if you go top lane and you give Olaf the early kill, and not lose the other side of the map as badly as KND did, then it's definitely the first lane you're looking for. Then you could also look bot lane. Bot lane's also rather gankable. You have a lot of long range CC to set up the fight. Um, and then mid lane is just kind of a farm fest. You generally don't gank Corki too much unless Katrina plays very forward, which never happens because Corki has push. Should have push.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, and so let's talk about the wild card then, right? So Corki is obviously the carry. I mean, Jin is technically the carry, but Corki can put down DPS in
Yes.
terms of consistency that Jin will not be able to match. Jin is a crit champ. Thing about Corki though, if Katarina gets on him and if she's ahead, she can blow him up.
Yeah, if somehow Katrina can unlock herself, and by that I mean make it out of laning phase while not being down, and pick up like a kill here or there, like go for a bot lane play, have like a 4v4 where she gets a double kill or something like that. The game can swing around very quickly because the Katrina that's fed can start one rotationing people while getting resets and thus really shutting down the entire team composition. So I think it's important that Corki has push in that wave. Just keep shoving the wave into the turret. Udyr's gank potential is very low. You can just keep your W up on Corki and not die to the gank, and then play around where Katrina is not.
So interestingly, at least in terms of solo queue, the best player ranking wise on Dutch community team is in support. Not
Oh,
a,
really?
I mean, you can definitely have an impact. We've seen, we see the Hylissang's of the world who go on roams and can really set things up for their team. But that's not a carry spot, right? So then
Um,
we've got the rest of the team, Puppy, Namer in the top. We've got Zadorzo. Hopefully, I'm getting that right in the mid. Uh, they're gonna have to that Katarina, I think, really has to be the driver to unlock victory for them here.
yeah, it's possible for Kaisa to also carry a lot of the weight here because there's a lot of dive going into the red side team, and if Kaisa can kite back using the Braum shields, it's definitely possible for her to carry. But the problem is that she's outranged. She's outranged by Jin, Karma, and Corki. And the moment she walks up, takes one rocket to the face, she's half HP and she can't participate. So you kind of have to not be poked down, which means you have to find the engage, which means you need to force the engage, which, given their team composition, is a little bit difficult. Also, you mentioned that support isn't a carry role, and to a certain extent, you're right. I do think, depending on the champion, you can be a very strong carry. If we look, for example, at the way a player like Hylissang or Core JJ or anyone who's really been an engaged support plays, you can just be your team shot caller, be all over the map and make plays. But I don't think Braum is that pick.
Right,
Braum wants to stay with the AD carry. You can roam on Braum, but it's more to counter gank
right,
another roam as opposed to actually hard forcing a fight yourself.
right. So maybe the Braum is really a reaction to the Olaf and the Wukong, then, right? So Olaf not so much because if he has Ragnarok up, it doesn't matter. But he's going to smack Wukong and stop the dive there. Now we are going in, so I'm going to let you take over, Ek, as we start out and see. We've talked for 5 minutes now or more about the predictions. Let's see how right we are.
I am ready for my throat by the end of the last game because, as we mentioned, we are the only casters for the day. Yay, we finally get to cast a lot of games. But I'm ready for my throat to be really damn sore, so it's going to be great. Anyway, let's see what the teams are doing here. So both teams are just going to be walking to their positions. Well, we do have Dutch community team going to the bot lane, and they seem to be looking to find Jin here. Now, Jin
It's a
doesn't know they're
5-man
here.
invade.
So let's
If
see if they
Braum
can
land,
land.
he sees him now.
Can Brom Q? Oh, Brom
Braum missed the
Q.
Q. The rest of the team did not react. They do get the ward, so a little bit of gold, a little bit of XP.
Yeah, though I think they share the XP with all of them,
Pretty
or
close.
at least a lot of them. So I don't think it's going to make a difference because if you get ward XP on mid lane, I think you can level up to 2 with 1 less minion, and you can use that to surprise your opponent. Obviously, they know the ward went down, and I think the XP was shared, so I don't think in this case there is going to be a difference in level up speed. But hey,
They did get some vision down on the on blue side red buff, so they are going to be
Yes.
aware if Wukong starts that side.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to do something with that, if they were going to look to late invade or anything like that, because Braum level 1 is very strong. You can apply your passive to multiple people, and you can get really easy stuns if you're with multiple people. But nothing like that seems to be happening. What is happening, however, is that we do have opposite starts for our junglers. So the jungler on blue side, Wukong, is starting bot side, while Udyr is starting red side. Is going to full clear top side into bot gank most likely, or at least that's what is most likely given the current situation. And Wukong is going to clear bot side and top side into top gank. So as I mentioned, he wants to get the Olaf ahead early game so that he can snowball into the Nah.
Now, worth noting, Udyr, he wants to. He's that fast clear champ. They do not have knowledge of Udyr's start, therefore don't have knowledge of his pathing. Wukong did not get a leash, and they do know that he started red side. So they've got a great idea, if the jungler's tracking, of Wukong's plan, at least in theory.
Yes. Though the thing is, Udyr can start anywhere without a leash. So a lot of junglers, you kind of know where they start because they do need a leash, and like the lane opponent will be late to lane. In this case, both teams I think didn't give a leash. I don't think Gnar gave a leash.
Gnar did give a leash. Yep, Gnar did give a leash. So you're right. Yep. So they do probably know where Udyr's at. He was late to lane.
Okay, yeah. In that case, they do know that he's clearing top to bottom. Though I don't think it matters here because bot lane's pushing in, so this means Udyr cannot pressure anything. But you can see clear speed wise. If we look at the camps on the map right now, Udyr has cleared almost everything. Meanwhile, Wukong is clearing his top side right now and still has 2 camps left on bot side because he just doesn't have the clear speed. And I was thinking he was looking to speed clear the 3 and then go for top gank because that made sense to me here. But he seems to be clearing bot to top, back to bot, and then into a bot gank.
I think he's looking mid here. We just saw some pings go down mid. Katarina's been trading. Nope, just going to run through. I think he's just going to double scuttle. Katarina is going to use the opportunity to go for some trade. Gnar's already down here as well. Now, they do know that he's on vision, and they did not clear that ward, but they are aware now that that top bush is warded.
So this is the benefit you get when you lock into Udyr. We talked about this in draft extensively. Udyr has a better, a faster clear, and it's an extremely healthy clear as well. Plus, he wins the 1v1 in the duel. So Udyr can do whatever he wants. Udyr is taking double scuttle. He's reset. He's bought his items. He already has his Bami Cinder, so he's actually on a very strong point of the game. He's actually rather tanky. And he's going back topside to start his full clear once again. So he's really looking to just outpace the Wukong.
Well, we look, he's currently the CS leader in the entire game. So that plan of action does seem to be going. Worth noting here, that's a dark seal on Katarina. So she's looking to get aggressive. She is confident.
Yeah, if she can get a couple kills and then turn that into a Magus at some point, that is definitely a window into snowballing this game effectively. Though, you do have to find the kills, and that's sometimes the issue.
That's absolutely right. And that's the challenge, right? That's really what's going to define. You can be mechanically good at the champ, but you've got to be able to find those opportunities to express it, and that's how you get your team ahead. And she's doing fine. She's trading well on Corki, right? We already knew that was going to be a tough matchup. Yep, she's doing great. So she's doing her job. Bot lane getting pushed out a little bit here. Karma is oppressive and annoying to lane against, and managing to land a lot of that poke onto Kai'Sa there. We're going to see Mega Gnar come out here. Probably won't see any fireworks. So a little bit of scrapping all along, nothing too dynamic because as we know, and as you mentioned, Udyr is just farming it out. He has no interest. Looks like he's, I would guess, going to farm to 6. Maybe we'll see a bot. Nope. Maybe looking mid again or just an invade.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get a little bit of vision here and make sure that he knows where. Actually, he might be going for a gank here.
Clever pathing. There is no vision. He's now on vision, but they are out there. Gonna lock down the Jhin. Jhin does
That's a
get
flash.
locked down. There's the exhaust flash, the passive from Braum. Not enough damage though. Kai'Sa not able to get into it, and they just take a whole bunch of shots for nothing.
They kind of
Kai'Sa was out of position. Yep.
Yeah, it's hard though because you want to walk up to help your jungler, but you also don't want to walk up too early to give away the gank. So you kind of have to really sync up when your jungler shows. You kind of have to start walking up like a little bit earlier. But if you walk up too early, you know, like you show the gank's coming in, so it can be a bit tricky. And in this case, Kai'Sa walked up a little bit too late. Maybe she was trying to
Katarina-
get a couple minions.
Yep. Sorry, I thought there was going to be something there, but the control ward in the bush, Katarina did see that she was in danger. She is going to roam down to make sure that Wukong can't get the crab. Support comes up as well, but in the meantime, support leaves Kai'Sa behind, and Kai'Sa gets blown up by Karma and Jhin. So
That was a big mistake.
that was. I think Kai'Sa might be on the wrong page a little bit here.
Yeah, so Braum left bot lane to support the Udyr. I think Udyr was going for the scuttle, and I think Braum wanted to just make sure he's there in case anything weird happens. At that point, Kai'Sa should have backed off and, you know, just given the space over to the enemy bot lane.
Now we
She
might have a
didn't, she
fight
died
here.
for
There,
it.
the Udyr has locked down Wukong. He's got the support of Braum there. If Braum hits the Q, they do burn the flash, so they're going to get the red buff here. They're going to get the flash. The bot lane is not there, so blue side bot lane cannot support. They do manage to take that, and they're just going to walk out now. Now Udyr is 6.
Sorry, I thought there was going to be more comment.
Nope, that was it. I had no more ideas.
Udyr is 6, ladies and gentlemen. He is 6.
That
Anyway,
was the totality of the statement. Udyr 6.
It's true. He's not lying. So if we look at the CS numbers here, and you know, let's take stock of what is going on. So we have Udyr as we expected. He is 13 CS up. A camp is 4, so that means he is roughly 4 camps up on the Wukong, which in and of itself is good. But you also have to look at what is still available to farm for the champion. And in this case, Udyr has a lot more to farm than Wukong has. So Udyr can really extend his lead here, full clear the jungle again, and then see if he can maybe transition that into a dragon, because Udyr solos a dragon very easily.
And I've got to imagine that's the next play, right? Especially because they've got to dig this bot lane out of a hole a little bit. They want to, obviously, but part of the game plan here seems to be to want to unleash the Braum. He is trying to play that hilly, that core JJ role so far. He's been very active, roaming, leaving Kai'Sa for extended periods for solo XP. We see the Kai'Sa is 6 already, and I'm gonna keep going this time. And so she is, she, even with the death, she's okay because of that solo XP. She's keeping up in CS, and there we see they are engaging on that early drag.
Yeah, I think it's important. I want to say paramount because it's such a beautiful word. It's so important for them to actually get the dragon stacking, because I think compositionally, as we talked about repeatedly over and over again here, that blue side does outscale if we're talking pure 5v5 team fight. But if you put a Dragon Soul into play, and you could snowball it quick enough because Udyr is ahead of the pace, then that Dragon Soul can kind of compensate for the lack of, team fight power your composition has.
We do have some scrapping bot lane. Braum is low. I don't think they're going to be able to really chase here. Udyr's coming down, probably just to cover. Nope, he's going to go in. Jhin caught out a little bit here. He does get the exhaust. He does get the stun. They do blow it up. There comes the second stun on Karma. No flash, as you mentioned. They do manage to lock it up. Udyr secures, I think, both kills. No, he just took the Karma. The other one went to the Kai'Sa, so that is good. They are going to push in and use that pressure in mid lane, but they don't bother to pressure her, so she's going to still, Katarina's going to be able to farm up all that CS.
That was very important. The bot side for blue team was extremely oppressive. They didn't have a massive lead yet, but they were slowly building a lead. They were getting a small CS lead, and they were looking to start chipping away at turret plates. And then this Udyr gank really turned around that lane. Like, getting a kill into Kai'Sa here is so important, because now the bleeding that was happening in bot lane has kind of been stopped.
Yeah, if we look at the inventories, they're almost identical, right? In fact, it looks like if we could get a gold image, I think Kaisa is probably basically dead even with Jin here.
Yeah, I think there's not much of a difference. There's no plates gone down on either side, and the CS is even. There's
And
even
they're
an assist on Kai'Sa.
yeah, and they're really using the power and the pressure of that Udyr to advantage right now. So they've got Pryo in top lane. He was just kind of holding wave, making the Olaf overextend. They've got Pryo now. Now they just pushed it once again. The Braum roaming for some additional pressure. So Udyr's going to easily secure that Herald. And Kai'Sa's just down here farming it out, doing exactly as she should. And Wukong's in the wings, so we'll see if they see an opportunity. But looks like they're sniffing it out because Braum's coming and Katarina's cheating to that side as well.
Yeah, this play kind of has to work because once again we're looking at Olaf. We're looking at Udyr farming, farming, farming. He just goes objective, camp, 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 objective, and
Here we
you know, if
go.
he's
Wukong looking. Wukong hits the ultimate. Kai'Sa is locked down by the ultimate. Second cast. They do manage to lock down the Kai'Sa. She's blown up. Braum is flashing. Let's see if he gets out. He does drop the ult, which is perfect because it stopped Jin's ult, and they do manage to save it. Now, there is a full roam coming down. This is a 3v4, though. This is not really a fight they want. Braum desperately trying to hold that wave. Katarina going into it. Katarina does. She does manage to nuke Wukong there, I believe. And they are
she
going to
blew him
walk
up.
out. They did manage to hold the wave, and they're just going to go ahead and push it under tower.
I am actually rather surprised that Katarina actually got a kill there. That
Yeah.
did not look like a kill to me before she jumped in.
And they're going to go ahead and drop the Rift Herald here. A little confusing because Kai'Sa's not there. Kai'Sa's going mid, so doing a little bit of the lane swap. I guess they're just going to put the resources on Katarina and the jungler there, obviously split with Braum. They are going to take first tower, though.
Yes, that is a very big gold swing here. And meanwhile, Udyr can just go back to farming, get more camps, and just keep extending his lead. If we look at the stats right now, you can see Udyr has a 28 CS lead. Udyr's level 8. Meanwhile, I thought Wukong was level 7, but I think he might have just leveled up. So I wouldn't be surprised if Udyr is very close to level 9 at this point. He should be ahead in CS by quite a margin.
So it looks like the strategy is kind of what we talked about, right? It's more or less a 1-3-1. They're going to play 2 weak side. They're going to just continue to farm up. They're going to use the pressure from the Udyr to get the cat ahead and use that. And then here we have Wukong looking for a gank on... Yep, they're going to go in. He hits the Q. He does use the jump and flash. Let's see if he can get away. Looks like proc to Ghost, am I right?
Yeah,
No.
there was... oh yeah, there was Ghost on Olaf.
On the Olaf, okay. I thought... anyway. So they do manage to get out. They do burn the flash, but Gnar does get away. So basically, as I was saying, it just confirms, right? They're basically playing 2 weak side and then just cheating to one side with the pressure from the Udyr and the Braum roaming around together. So it's an interesting strategy. But here's the deal, EK. Corki hits 3 items and he kills everybody.
Yep.
What do you do?
It's very hard because so far this game state looks very even, and you know, if I didn't know any better, I would say yeah, red team's doing amazing. They've gathered a small gold lead. They are not losing any plates anywhere. Corki, man, Corki scares me.
Absolutely.
has-
We all know
he has-
Corki hits 3 items. He melts everybody.
He even went for the scaling build here. He bought his tier. He got a call. You know, he's just sitting in mid lane. He's just chilling. He's just getting gold, and he's just waiting for his time to shine.
So it looks like Monkey's had enough of the pressure from Udyr. They are 5 stacked here for this
package?
dragon. Dutch is in. They do have an opportunity to steal here, but they are getting locked down. They do lose 2. Katarina does pick somebody up on the outside. So it's a 3v3 here. They did secure the dragon. And we'll see if they can get the resets off. Wukong out of position. He's getting stomped. Wukong does get shut down. Kai'Sa looking for the resets as well. She's now going in. The Olaf versus that is not a fight Kai'Sa wants. She bit off more than she could chew. She does get taken down. Katarina coming back to see if she can clean it up. Gnar does go mega. He is chasing. He does get the stun and the ult down. He may have the damage here to be able to shut down Corki. He's eating a lot of tower shots, though, and he does manage to walk out. Wow, what a fight.
That was very close, but I think he just kind of whiffed the boulder there, unfortunately. He was trying to hit Corki with the house, and the house was too small.
Even production just said, wow, nice dodge.
We call this too tanky. So,
All right, so we basically get a reset there, right? I guess Monkeys come out ahead there just by a kill and the nature of stopping the Dragon stack. They do get the Infernal, which is arguably probably better.
Yeah, and they got some money on Corki. They've also got money on Katrina. So there's 2 points here I want to raise. First of all, I talked about this in the last game. If you see it Udyr, or sorry, an Olaf who's like 10% HP, you might think you can kill him, but it's Olaf on low HP. You often can't. So that was a bit of a mistake by Kai'Sa. Also, the kill distribution here. There was a kill that went to Corki, which is very good for the scaling aspect of it. But I think it's actually more important that 2 kills went to Katarina, and Katarina now has her first item. Because Katarina is the catalyst for any fights that happen for Dutch community team. Because she needs the damage to just remove someone from the backline.
And she also has 7 stacks on that Dark Seal.
Ooh.
So that's just a ticking time bomb, EK. We
Will
do have
we
a Dark
s-
Seal with 1 stack on Udyr now as well.
Will we see the Magi's? That's the question.
We saw it last game. We'll see if we see it again. Katarina's trying. She's looking here. She's caught out, though. There's that Corki damage. Braum, of course, does have the shield. He drops it. That is going to keep Katarina alive. Zip up to the top lane here where we see Gnar doing Gnar things. This top lane's just been a farm fest for the most part.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's a bit of a snooze fest in top lane. But hey, sometimes it's nice to have a game where we can actually talk about what's happening with the game state as opposed to you doing a solo cast.
So that's a great call out to look ahead. If one of these teams comes up against our winners from last game, IG, we're looking at 2 opposite sides here, right? We're looking at pedal to the metal, absolute balls out speed and aggression versus what has been very much a farm fest.
Yes, this game, there has been action, but it's way more calculated action, and teams have really been trying
It's
to play around
objective
objectives.
based, right? Yes.
Yes. They've been fighting, but they've been fighting for objectives besides the 2 bot gangs that happened.
IG, just no one told them that you're allowed to farm minions. They were farming champs.
That's true. That's true. I think they learned from IG, aka Invictus Gaming,
Right.
who
We
won.
do have a fight here over the Herald. Wukong is in 3-man ult. Katarina does get the reset off. She did get 1. She gets 2. Jin is over here pumping as much as he can. Puppy Neighbor in the middle of it. So Mega does go, or Gnar does go Mega. They do have the slowdown, building the passive from Braum. Braum does go down. Udyr is in it. Gnar is in it. They get the stun on 1. I don't know who's got turret aggro. They do manage to juggle it very well, and they walk out, and Kai'Sa... Oh, she is going to live.
That
Wow,
was
what a
clean.
fight.
They gave the turret aggro to Udyr here as well, which is very important because Udyr is the
Yes.
only really tanky member here. He's actually accelerated quite a bit because he's just been able to farm so much. He's quite tanky. He can tank the turret for quite some shots. He even has his W shield. So, you know, he was
They're going
quite
to get
safe.
2 turrets here, or at least 2 charges. 2 charges. They don't get the second turret, but that's big. That opens up the map a lot for Dutch community team.
Yeah, I think this is the swing they needed. So this is kind of the point where, even though Corki scales amazingly well, Katarina is starting to get out of control. So what you want to do now is you want to move your Katarina to wherever the fight is, and wherever your Katarina is not, you kind of want to not risk too much. So there is a dragon coming up right now, which, can we see what dragon it is? It is a Hextech. All right. So Hextech is, I think, stronger on blue team and red team because it's very easy to apply it on Corki rockets. If you have it on Corki rockets, you just shoot a Corki rocket and you know, apply an AoE slow, and it's just, and then you chain it with more rockets. It's a nightmare.
I
I've
would
been on
argue that
the
it's more
dealing end.
annoying on Dutch community team though. Between
Well-
Gnar, the Braum already has the equivalent built into his passive. That's a lot of slowing when you've got Katarina just bouncing around, hitting you in the face with daggers.
True, but you can kind of counteract it with the Shurelias.
Mm.
So it's not as bad, I feel. But yeah, it definitely does help engaging onto a poke composition.
These Jin ults, man, they're just not getting anything done. That's kind of the trouble with Jin. They do manage to do a good job there. Ooh, Katarina going to go in. She does get the Hextech belt off. She have the burst. There it is. There's the reset. She does manage to get the karma. She is just hunting champs.
She has 7 kills, and I think she has pretty decent CS as well. If we can get the CS up in just a moment after this fight, we can take a look at that. Jin does get out, but you know the bot turret doesn't seem to be as lucky. She does no wave. Never mind.
702 on that Katarina. That's 10 stacks on the Dark Seal.
So do we see the upgrades. Also, I think there's a Nash's Tooth coming in next, which I think works well with her on hit. I think her ulti applies Nash's Tooth. I'm not 100% on that, but I think it does. Right, so
Production says
production
you're
has
right.
just confirmed. Yeah.
Thankfully,
you,
someone
production.
knows because it's not me. Corki just hunting people, but doesn't know they're actually the target. Katarina gonna go in, so does Kaisa. Katarina, 1 reset, 2 resets, gets both as the stopwatch. Braum takes the, he takes the tower aggro. What a support. What a
He
teammate.
died for the team. He did it.
He
He's a
dies to
man.
keep the stacks, baby.
You can see his elo right there. So he's the highest elo player, right? It
Uh-oh.
showed right there.
And this is the problem with chasing Udyr. He says, haha, just kidding. Bye.
Braum dies so DCT can live. You are right in the Twitch chat.
Somebody better with Dutch history than me. Who's a Dutch hero that died so the Dutch could live? We've got to get a title.
I honestly have no idea. You think I know the history, but I'm so not in tune with my Dutchness that I speak it, but that's pretty much the limit of it.
All right, fair enough.
I'm like the opposite of being a national. It's got like a nationalist where you really care about your country, which is like the opposite of me. I couldn't care less.
Yeah, we'll just use that very, very narrow term and not talk about that again.
Ah, yes, the Dutch army in 45. There we go. Yes, I guess I did something.
All right, 45. I'm gonna guess World War II.
That is correct. Yes. So moving away from that topic.
Right. Before we get into something dangerous. Abort, run. All right.
So what
Stock
I wanted
game
to say
state.
when yeah, well, what I wanted to say when that initial dive happened where Braum died, a damn hero, is who cares about team composition when your Katarina is playing like a god?
I mean, that was the point I was trying to make, EK.
Like, I can talk about team composition or games all I want, but if one guy just has better fingers, then
That's
really
it.
hard.
They know where their money is. So let's talk. So you remember that first tournament we did? It was the same thing. It was the Sylas in mid lane. He just killed everyone. Looks like they took a page out of that book. I don't remember if it was KND or SOT. There it is. Katarina chasing. Boom. Hits it. Let's see if she decides to go into tower. She does not. They take the 1 kill. They're going to fall back to Baron. And they're just going to use that 1 kill to get Baron.
The one thing that I have to keep in mind here is that there is no TP on the Gnar, there is TP on Corki, so they could force an even-numbered fight by just bringing in the Corki, but I think they want to look to just trade it for something else.
Katarina versus Wukong, I don't know that fight. Ignite is down. She is trying to go in. She does hit the dagger. She can't follow up. Man, he is hurting. He is trying his best to fancy feed his way out of this. He is going to hit the blast cone. She does hit another dagger.
And the Hextech Gate, he's out.
Hextech Gate, he's out.
You know, I always forget those exist.
So do I.
Like,
Every single time.
I'm playing the game and I'm like, dude, I have to make my way to Dragon right now. Like, I have to contest it. And then, I just walk past the gate.
Yep. And your team's yelling at you, why are you 8 seconds late to the fight? And you're like, oh yeah, there's a gate. Yeah. Son of a...
Someone in chat said, never think that Corki is done. I'm assuming by that you mean that Corki is still scaling. And yes, you are definitely correct. Corki definitely is now in this game. Once he gets his 3rd item here, or even 4th item if he gets a Void Staff here, which I think he needs to deal with the tankiness that is building up on a Dutch community team, his rockets will still start hurting like a bitch. And there isn't really any sustain on Dutch community team. So it's really hard to deal with those rockets.
And he's got the 2 items already. He's got the item whose name just blinked out for me, not Leandri's, the other one.
He's got the Ludens.
Thank you, Ludens. And the Manamune, that's right.
And he's looking to build the Ravenous Hydra here as well, which makes him rather strong.
That's right, and that's going to give a lot more of that sustain that you're talking about.
Yeah, he's going to get the sustain.
Okay.
But the main problem is that there's no sustain on Dutch community team, and they're going to be on the receiving end of rockets. So, yeah, it's rough.
Well, but does it matter if Corki doesn't exist because Katarina blew him up? They do take another dragon. It is worth stating they're now on Soul Point, EK.
Yes, there is going to have to be a contest. Because, as you pointed out earlier, even though I think the Hextech Soul is more important on blue team, red team getting it doesn't do blue team any favors. The moment you throw a...
And we've got Gnar going in here. Gnar was just buying time, did have ult. They do manage to take down one. They were waiting for Braum to come up. There comes Kai'Sa as well, and they do manage a double kill. So while they thought they were hunting Gnar, Gnar was hunting them. It was worth for a second there to trade the dragon for that top tower and the bounty, but they were just waiting, and Dutch community team did a wonderful job of offsetting that, bringing up support, and taking them out. Oh, my lord. All right, so while I was talking about top, the Katarina picked up two more, 1v2'd in the mid lane, and that's why we have the camera focused in mid lane here as they're just going to push in.
And this game is getting further and further away from blue team. It's gonna be so rough to actually make something happen here, because we've all been in a situation, right, chat? You're playing well, you're scaling.
There's the Corki.
Katarina.
Oh, and he does get a massive 1,000 gold shutdown. Just overstayed. He had the package. He was able to chase down. They do get the Udyr as well. Wow.
Corki.
Well, we were talking about coming back in the game. Corki just got a grand. That's half an item. There's now a
Could be
3v5 fight. Kai'Sa doing what she can, but she is not consistent DPS. She's already used the burst. She's waiting on cooldowns. They are doing a wonderful job of kiting it out. Gnar is out of Mega Dart. They do take one with them. Holy smokes. Wow. And I should not have opened my mouth. Kai'Sa is proving me wrong. She is online, folks. She has 2. She has 3. She has 4
Corki?
kills. They are still chasing.
Corki?
Absolutely insane. Corki is going to take... There's no way, right? Holy smokes. I don't know what just happened, but Kai'Sa took another one. Pentakill for Kai'Sa.
Beautiful. that dodge on the Corki Q by using Kai'Sa ulti was beautiful.
That was insane. I'm going to watch that back because I don't know what just happened. I just know she killed everyone.
There is no wave currently, so they cannot end the game here. But the amount of gold that is currently on DCT is just insane. They're 10k gold ahead, and they're looking to claim Soul.
Kai'Sa's in trouble, though. They've got Hextech gates. She can't get out. Well, okay. Maybe she's going to walk away.
Wukong has flash.
She's still being hunted. Wukong does have flash. Now Katarina's back in it, though. If you want somebody to follow him, that's who's going to follow him. If we could just get a switch over Katarina and Udyr chasing down. Wukong overchased. That's all she wrote for Wukong.
Having flash does you no good if you don't have life.
That's valid. It does not give you any life back. And Udyr and Cat is not who you wanted to run into right there. That's a lot of lockdown and all the burst. That is, by the way, Katarina died after 12 kills. She lost all those stacks. So she does have Magi's. She is at 10 stacks, but she was over 17 last I checked. They're looking to set up again here.
It's definitely a bigger impact if you die with a Magi's, but it shouldn't be too hard for her to get a couple stacks back here because she's just so damn strong. But we'll see how the game unfolds. Corki is getting to that point. Corki has finished his 3 items. He's finishing his Void Staff, as I talked about as well. And once he gets that, even tanks don't stand a chance.
They're just going to dive in between towers. They're going exactly for the Corki. They do lock it down with the Udyr, and then Cat blows them up. Cat's getting the reset. She's got Karma. She's got 2. She wants to drop aggro. Aggro's on Udyr. Meanwhile, Kai'Sa is now dueling the Wukong. Olaf's going to try what he can, and that's it. They get all 5 again. They're just waiting for wave to come. Gnar is bringing it in. They're going to go for that bottom lane. I don't know what just happened, but they shut down the Katarina after the fact. I think she tried to execute and took turret aggro and died. I'm not sure.
She probably went a little bit too ham. I didn't see what happened, but I wouldn't be surprised if she like dove into the turret or something. Like somewhere.
Yeah, I think she was probably going for the BM there and didn't calculate the time right before it became an execute.
DCT taking the game against all odds. Oh, I honestly, you know, I have to give them credit. I thought compositionally they were in a very rough spot, but they just showed that they had better hands, and they just, you know, played a really solid game. Especially shout out to Katarina. That was a really clutch mid lane performance. Just like last time, we had Lissandra performing extremely well. So it's just mid laner city, man. EU mid.
And the fight after it, both better be TikToks. Whoever will learn TikTok to get that on TikTok. Yeah. What a game. That turned from a farm fest into just Assassination Central, TikTok, man.
But I'll create TikTok for that clip.
That's right. I'll have my girlfriend teach me how to use it. All the boomer that I am, just for that.
Can she give us like a crash course on TikTok?
She absolutely can.
Nice. I'll take it.
I saw a meme today. I only watch TikToks on a different social media 2 weeks after they're relevant, like an adult, and
That's
it's
the way it's
actually
supposed
accurate
to
for me.
be. All right, that was a beautiful game.
Oh my
So next
god!
up, we are moving into the semifinals. And then we have the grand final, which once again, as a reminder, is a best of three. I also want to shout out that a while ago in the chat, we posted our Twitter link. If you want to follow us there, we do announcements there. So please click that and just, press that follow button. Follow the stream as well. And if you have Prime, press that sub button. Why not?
Absolutely. Absolutely. All of the support goes to the channel, which then feeds back into the tournament. The more support, the more tournaments, the more we can offer. We are going to take a break, and that's where we'll leave it off. So we'll see you guys shortly. And we're live. Welcome back, everybody, as we go into the first game of the semifinals. We have iGaming back again, and we're going to guess at the name here. Chad, feel free to call us out. Jockstock?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the only pronunciation I could come up with. Jock stocks, I guess. But if there's any other way, please do let us know. So we are currently looking at draft, and there's some interesting bands here. We didn't get the opportunity to do too much research on these two teams. Obviously, we have seen IG play before. We have not seen Jockstocks play just yet. But there was an Azir ban and a Yumi ban. Now, I'm glad to see a Yumi ban, by the way. Just saying.
No one
Get
likes the
that cat
cat.
out of my games.
Get the cat out of the games.
So,
I'm with you. So we see an
correct me.
early jungle priority with, again, the Talia, the mid lane Akali, the Volley, and the Azir. So we're seeing a lot of prio on that jungle mid lane.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they also ban Akali against IG in their first game? Because apparently their Akali player, self-proclaimed, is rather good at the champion. And also, I'm pretty sure they first rotation Senna in their last game as well. So I think they're looking to draft a very similar composition here.
It looks like it. It looks like it. And we see the Seraphine again. I guess, why fix what's not broken, but
Yeah, if
very
it
interesting.
works. So we also see the Ezreal Karma as an answer to it. They will actually, I'm guessing this is going to be Seraphine in the support position then, or well, farming support position because you'll
Right.
have the fasting center. It's an alternative to having the Kench. Kench is, he offers a bit more frontline, while Seraphine offers a lot more utility and actually has decent damage output as well.
Two
Yeah.
duelists this time in the jungle. So this time we've got the Jinzhao and the Wukong, presumably both going jungle. And that's interesting matchup there. I think Wukong takes that, right? In the straight up head to head.
Mm, it's hard. I'm not 100% who takes that. I am inclined to think it's like 55-45 Jinzhao. But I could be mistaken. Maybe once you get the armor ramp up on Wukong, Wukong wins that 1v1. But yeah, I couldn't give you a clear answer on that one, unfortunately. Also, I have to give out a shout out in the chat once again. We have Ramus Vampen or Ramus Vampen or however the pronunciation for that word is. Second game, second Akali ban. They're still scared of your Akali. It's true. It's true. Let's see if you make it to the final and maybe we can see your Akali. That'd be interesting.
Can we make rules like you're not allowed to ban just because we want to see it? Can we do that? I'll
I
throw that
mean,
as production.
we can request the other team
Right.
to leave it open for one game.
I think we might end up getting some implications of or accusations of
Match fixing.
yeah, match fixing. That's right.
But
I
hey,
don't have
man,
money on this.
we can try and help you out. This was his plan all along. Anyway, looking at the bans here, we see an Ari ban. Ari's just a lot of utility, and it's there's just a lot of roaming potential. So you want to take the Ari off the board. That makes a lot of sense to me. And LeBlanc is one of the champions that Jockstocks plays a lot, so it makes sense that that's also taken out. Now that's a Victor here. Victor in this composition I quite like because you have quite a strong backline here. You have the Ezreal just poking away. You have the Victor laser just chunking away at enemies. You have the Karma peeling, and then you have the Wukong as this big AoE engage. I'm not sure how I feel about the Echo here.
That's Echo mid into the Victor. I don't know. I don't know how that plays. I mean, I guess Echo has the get out of jail free card. We do see a Camille coming in, maybe. Yep, Camille locked in top lane. So a lot
So
of split push and dueling pressure. Right back with the Jax though.
what this suggests to me, if I'm looking at the composition that EG has drafted so far, or sorry, IG has drafted so far, so many teams with a G in there.
Right.
It's confusing.
GG.
GG, exactly. So when what I'm gathering from this is if you have Echo and Camille, there are two champions that don't do amazing in team fights. They can definitely team fight if you play around them, but they're built to split push. So you can have a 1-3-1 here. You can have your Senna and your Seraphine in mid lane. You can have your Jin Zhao moving through the jungle, and you can have Echo and Camille in the side lanes. Now, Jax can match one of them, but Victor isn't really capable of matching the other one unless he's on the turret. So if you can just stand on the turret and just chill there, you probably won't be, Doven. but if you fight him when it's like an open lane and there's a mini wave in the middle somewhere, I'm pretty sure both champions just kill Victor. So it's a very risky position for Victor to be in the side lane, but they need someone to match the split push if they want to go for that strat. Also, yeah, make sure to vote for the winner of this game. Let's see if IG can repeat the victory that they just pulled off, or if Jockstocks is going to make it to the final.
Rammers Vampin calling it out again. So now not only apparently is he the Akali champ, excuse me, I believe they said their preferred pronoun was Lord, if I remember right.
Oh yeah, excuse us.
Yeah, now Lord Rammers Vampin is claiming Echo as well. So maybe the question is, who do they not claim?
You know how earlier on we talked about wanting to have narrative storylines and all the jazz words? I like Lord Ramus Vampen as one of our main storylines here. So please, could you just be in every tournament so we at least have one storyline to talk about? That'd be great. Thank you.
We've got them, and then we've got Matthias, who I'm sure is still in the wings from KND, who magically manages to field a brand new 5 every tournament, or at least the last 2. I know for a fact they said they did not have a single duplicate player. I don't know about this tournament. They did say they had a banger 5, and then they went up against IG, who was just absolutely on fire. So we'll see.
Yeah, so we are building the storylines here, guys.
That's
we
right.
are trying to create the universe that we cast within. It's great. Stay with us. So we'll be hopping into game very shortly. We are just fixing up the final bits of the draft, I'm pretty sure. So the way it works is we're drafting in here, and then the draft takes place in game a little bit later, and then there's a delay, and then we go into game. So it takes a little while to actually get into game. But that's why you have us talking about, well, random things.
Right, I was gonna say us talking about us talking.
Yes, it's a great experience. So, do you have anything to say about this draft? Do you see anything interesting that you want to talk about?
Well, I love the mix of meta, non-meta, right? So I have a feeling, once again, like I said last time, the power of people underestimate the power of comfort picks, and that's what I see going on here. Now, I will say, uh, as Karma, that's a lot of poke. That kind of sucks to play into.
True. It's a notorious lane for just being almost impossible to shove out of lane. You have the shielding constantly coming through. You have CC with the Karma W. You have an AoE shield. You have a lot of poke. It's just it's a really annoying lane. It's not a lane that's going to outright just jump you and kill you, but it's very resilient.
Right, right, absolutely. So Rammers Vampin, 800k Echo. Let's see how it goes. Which anime is the question? I've seen it in an anime before. Which anime? Are you Vegeta in the first season of Dragon Ball Z? I mean, what are we talking about? Kentaro Beast throwing down the gauntlet. I have a feeling they might be on the opposing team. Rammers comedian.
This makes me a little bit sad that we don't have a TF here, or I could just be making some Yu-Gi-Oh references.
You're right. You're right.
That'd be
That
great.
would obviously. Does that count as anime? Like, isn't that?
I mean,
cartoon is Western, right?
I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh is Japanese, right?
Yeah. It's
So,
based on a manga.
True, but I mean, I'm not really that much of an anime enjoyer myself, but I mean that's anime, right? It's just isn't any like cartoon that comes from Japan like an anime pretty much like.
Well, if
am I
we've
just
got
upsetting a million people right now?
if we've got Weebos in chat, you might be about to get doxxed, my friend. I don't know. If we have Weebos in chat, you might be insulting some people.
And I have announced which country I live in, so
yeah.
they're searching for me right now, going door to door.
Right, and my geography is not great, but in the U.S., there's a lot of room to play. The Netherlands, I'm not sure.
Yeah, the country isn't that big, so yeah, I'm not sure how safe I am.
Yeah, well, hopefully we just let him finish the tournament. All right, Weebos, like let him finish the tournament. That's all I ask. I can't do it by myself. There's no way.
If I don't respond after after we put up the caster request for the next tournament, then it's because the weeps got me.
Yeah.
So actually, that's one thing in regards to Yu-Gi-Oh. We're talking about it anyway right now. There's a skin that I've wanted for years, and it is a Yu-Gi-Oh inspired TF skin, where because there's a red card, a blue card, and a gold card, and those are exactly the Egyptian god cards.
And
You can have a
he has
skin.
to have the hair, right? Like TF has
Yes.
to lose the hat. He has to have the Yu-Gi-Oh hair.
You can
That's a
get the
great
hair.
idea.
You can get the hair. You can have the three different cards could be themed after the three different Egyptian god cards. I'm assuming there's an issue here with copyright or something. Because
Probably right.
there's
Get on it.
no
Come on now.
reason. There's no reason they wouldn't have done that yet. Like the colors literally match up perfectly.
Well, Riot's owned by Tencent, right? So Riot's owned by a Chinese company. Yu-Gi-Oh's a Japanese IP. So maybe that's where our problem is. I think they need to get on it.
So we need Tencent to buy Konami.
Oh, easy now.
I mean, I'm not sure if they're also the company that owns the copyright, but I think they run the card game. So I'm not
Yep.
sure how that works, but I think Tencent needs to buy Konami. I think that's what we have just learned.
I don't want to bring down the stream. Did you know the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh just passed?
Wait, really?
Yeah, they found him like 10 miles off the coast of Japan or something. I forget what he was doing. He was like surfing or something. Yeah,
Now you've made me sad.
the creator of the manga. I know. Well, it's current events, you know.
Well, I guess we're having a bit of a down game then. Well, that's unfortunate, guys.
Yep.
And, my energy levels are just gone now. Yeah.
Oh, put that on me.
No, it's all good, guys. We are still here. The content still exists, and
We're about to
we
go
are
into
in loading
game.
screen. So
That's right.
we're almost there, guys. We have filled the gap by talking about skin ideas, which doesn't that make us like Monty and Doa at this point?
I think so. Yeah. I would also like to see their compensation packages because that means that we have a benchmark, you know.
Yes, though I do want to say that if the skin that I talked about ever goes live, Riot, if you're listening, I want compensation.
That's right. We'll negotiate. Just a royalty, right? We just need a slice.
Just royalty, just like 10%.
Right. I know one guy, he buys so many skins, I guarantee we're set for life. Day, swipe the card. All right, here we go. Let's see if we get any shenanigans. It looks like just a 5-point defense from both teams.
Dude, I am happy we made it into the game. I was running out of content.
Yeah, I know. I took us down a dark path. I was worried. I have a tendency to do that.
It's beautiful, guys. We're all grown-ups around here, right?
Yeah, you're right. I hope so. Pretty sure there's the 18 plus tag on our channel.
Any 12-year-olds in the chat here? Please, no.
TOS. Don't tell us. We're good. Thank you. Just pretend.
Okay, great. Anyway, weird topics out of the conversation. Let's talk about the game. Nothing is happening. Everyone's just
5-point defense. Yep, we're gonna see jungle passes on the XP as we were talking about in the last game, and the gold on the ward. So there's no vision down on either side. So both teams playing boring start, nothing special. No team has any visual. They saw Wukong in top river. He backed, switched to sweeper. He's now in bot side, but I believe that's pretty standard for Wukong. Call me out if I'm wrong.
So I'm not sure, by the way. I'm just going to request the production. I'm not sure if we can swap that, but we have the picks in the wrong order right now, which is probably... All right, it's going to be fixed. All right, great. So let's just look at the lanes here. There's not too much to talk about here. Like, top lane is kind of a matchup where whoever starts winning that snowball just never stops snowballing, I think. I think Jax in the end has the better, like, 6 items. But, yeah, early on it's just the matter of which jungler can impact that lane the most. And bots are going to be a farm fest, honestly. I don't think anything is going to happen there.
As you say that, okay, just poking out. We're level 1. We'll see how that goes at level 2, but some nice HP trade there. I think you're right. I think Camille ramps up faster based on my experience. Jax is kind of a 2-3 item dominant guy, but if he ramps to that point early, he can absolutely 1v6.
So one thing that I would like to bring your attention to right now is the pathing that is taken by Xin Zhao here. So Xin Zhao did red, then he did blue, now he's doing Gromp, which will give him level 3, I'm pretty sure. Which means that he might be looking for a level 3 gang top lane as quick as possible. However, Jax seems to be onto that. He put a wall down
level
very early
2
on.
first. You're absolutely right. Level 2 first on red side here, which, correct me if I'm wrong, that's Jock Stocks, right? I didn't get...
That's
yeah,
Jock
it
Stocks,
is.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So they've got the level 2 in the bot lane pushed all the way under wave, under tower, excuse me. Jax doing the same. Oh,
Ooh.
Maybe we have a fight here. Xin Zhao early. And they're going to let Wukong sit here and take the aggro, too. He's just going to back off. I'm sure he knows Echo's there, but they've pinged down. They know that mid is moving as well. They've got to just get out. I don't think there's any chance they keep the red. Just back off before they lose something.
Karma also moved up here.
That's
I
right.
guess-
So this was actually a 3v2.
Yeah, I think Karma reset and then immediately walked towards the mid lane because she saw what was happening, and Ezreal's just going to bot lane. But the good thing about Ezreal is it's one of the best AD carries, pretty much the best AD carry to leave alone on an island and just have him farm with Qs. There isn't too much I think a Karma can do while roaming, but I generally really like Ezreal with a roaming support, like a Pyke or something, because Ezreal can just sit back, do nothing, and Pyke can do his own thing.
Yeah, well, that Karma Q can really slap though, and you get the chains down. You can put somebody in trouble. It's especially early. That was a nice trade though. We might see nothing comes out of it. That top lane really playing well. Karma kind of caught out here. Let's see if she can fancy feed her way out. She does dodge a couple of skill shots in the process. She needs to walk away. She is still definitely in trouble. She is going to walk away. The Xin Zhao is going to take that bottom crab. And we've got the TP top to get back in the wave. Wukong helping mid lane push out here so
Ooh.
Victor can back. He is out of mana.
Rammus
Uh-oh.
Rampant is actually going back in while he's being ganked.
Well, he had support roaming up there. His jungle and his support, or I don't know, whoever Senna is in this game, were there. So yeah, he was definitely trying to bait them in.
So the top lane state, I think, has been the same for the entire game almost, and there's a bit of a rough situation occurring now, because if Jax wants, he can have the wave push back into him and then create a freeze. I guess he doesn't want that, because he's thinning the wave right now.
Yeah, you read my mind. It sure looks like it.
He needs to get a reset. Actually, no, he has already reset himself. He used his TP to reset, and Camille is now matching the reset.
Camille's back in lane. She did use TP. So no TP advantage for either team. Obviously, Jax is going to reset a couple of seconds early. Wukong is up there. So we'll see if Camille sniffs it out. She's pushed pretty far up in a lane. I'm commenting on top while we're looking at bot. Nope, we're good now. Wukong's here. All he has to do, flash. If he lands the Q, there's the W. Oh, and he's going to eat a tower shot for his trouble. That really surprised me that he wasn't able to. Yep, Xin Zhao going in now. He does get it down, and he kills the Wukong. Jax has the ward hop.
Does he have E? I guess it was still down.
Yep, I don't know. I was waiting to determine. They're going to push this wave in, so that was catastrophic reversal there.
Yeah, and Jax already burnt his TP getting a reset, and then he gets forced out of lane shortly after his reset with TP, which means he loses this entire wave, and he's just going to fall behind a lot.
Exactly right. I assume Wukong's going to come up and snatch some of that. Meanwhile, there's a fight bot lane. They do lock down the Ezreal, and safest laner, as you mentioned, somehow messed that up. He missed the memo.
I guess he got caught by either of the CCs, and then it got followed up into the other one. Because if you land the snare with Senna, you can follow up with the snare on Seraphine and the other way around. So it can be a reasonably deadly lane, but the damage levels are quite low, so it's quite hard to get fully one-shot.
Oh, Karma just walked in. She just got full CC'd, and as we're talking about the one-shot potential, Karma went in 50%. She gets deleted, so this bot lane really kind of struggling. Worth noting, though, this is a TP-happy game. We have 3 TPs on Jockstocks, and we have 2 on IG. So we do have a little bit of a TP advantage for Jockstocks. We'll see how they use it. Ezreal just used it to get back in the lane right just in time to see a support die as she attempted to interrupt the back.
You know, I really love a game with a lot of TPs. It's great. Because if you have a lot of TPs, that means there's a lot of ways to make map-wide plays. And I think map-wide plays is just so much more interesting than just having random 2v2s. At least in my opinion.
It can be. And we see more pressure in this bot lane. They are really testing. They're really testing to the assumption we made that that's a safe farm, safe farming lane. And production trying to correct us here. The Q from Senna slows, so only 1 E from Seraphine needs to hit to snare.
I actually forgot about that, but the way it works with Senna is that with Seraphine is that her first hit slows and the second hit snares if there is already a slow on it. But if some other champion applies that slow, then you just always snare. I
Jack's
think
in
it's a
trouble
snare
here
or a stun,
again.
I'm not sure.
Jax is going in. He's going to try and take one with him. The W already used, Q already used, and he just gets taken down by Camille.
That's pretty big. So they are trying to trade this back for a dragon. The problem with Hexstrike Dragon is honestly it deals a lot of damage. It has this like a really annoying chain damage that you get when you get the soul as well, and it just chunks you.
Oh man, Victor taken down there. They just got caught. Victor trying to migrate. Now they're gonna lose drag on this as well. Wukong goes in. They do manage to take the Xin Zhao. So they do manage to actually take the dragon. So it ended up working out. They got the dragon on a 1-for-1. Not
I think
too
the dragon,
shabby.
I think the dragon swapped aggro in the middle of the fight, and it went to the Xin Zhao, and then it became their fourth team member.
I believe you're right.
That really helped them out.
It sure did. Now, the IG doing textbook, though, when you have an objective, especially if you lose an objective on one side of the map, you look to what you can get on the other side of the map. They were already on it. They took first rift. I have no doubt that we're going to see that go down in mid. There's already 2 plates gone, so they only got to farm 1 more. Those caster minions are going to do a lot of work in the meantime. Jockstrok's doing what they can, though. They have the bot prio for the moment as we see the TP coming in. So that's Echo answering. So just to make sure he's there to catch that big wave. We'll see if he can manage. Wow, it does get the shield. Nice trading. It does get the flash out of Ezreal, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Another
that
fight
was
top
flash.
lane, maybe?
And this means that Ezreal has to be a lot safer, because often when you play Ezreal, you can walk up, you have your E, and then if your E fails you, you still have your flash as a backup. But now there's only E, so he needs to be a little bit more careful with his positioning. So this means that there's less room for his support to just freely roam, because Ezreal's in more danger. They're pushing up the wave here. They're trying to get some plates before they drop off. There is nobody else to contest, so they should be able to get a couple free plates here. So let's see what the Seraphine can do in the meantime, while Karma is spending time bot lane. They're invading the jungle here. They're probably trying to get some vision down. They're going to put a control ward here. Probably not a ward in a bush above, like the bush they're right next to her.
They are
Or they
looking
might
for
not
the
have support.
pressure, though. IG must have been sleeping the first half of the game because you've been able to talk a lot, but just in the last 2 minutes here, they're really ramping up to get back to that game 1 speed that we saw. They are looking for a pick or a fight at every opportunity. They do drop the Herald to take top tower, so my first prediction was wrong. There's still 4 of them in this top jungle. They are looking for the fight. Victor needs to be careful. He's overextended in mid. He's cheating down, but he needs to understand he's in danger.
So I think the reason why this game is a little bit slower than the previous game is because IG is kind of trying to play a similar game style, but the other team just has stronger lanes, so it's harder to push them out. But they're trying to play the same game plan. They're sending their entire team or most of their team into the enemy jungle, into one quadrant of the map. They're putting vision there. They're pushing out the laner that's in the opposite side of the map. He's unable to farm, and that creates a big lead for, well, in this case, their top laner. The CS is a little bit down, but he has a lot more gold. He has gold from the tower, from the plates, from
IG does hit the stun and the ult on Karma. She does great flash. Wukong goes in immediately exhausted, does get the first set of the ult down, gets blown up before he can get it again. The Victor ult is down as well. And IG walks away 1-for-0. So they do manage to capitalize on that pressure mid. I would expect them to push for that tower. Echo's doing his best to keep Ezreal locked under tower here. It is working, but ultimately Ezreal wants to do exactly what he's doing. Sit under tower and farm.
So there's the Divine Sunderer for...
Oh, here comes Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao does pop the ult to try and save him. There is the E out of Jax. Camille's on the hunt. This is definitely to Camille's advantage. She hits the Q. She's waiting on the second charge. There it is. Hits on the second event of the Q. Jax down. So as we mentioned, that fight is really dependent on who's up. And right now, Camille ramping up much faster with her mythic already completed.
Yeah, if we could get a quick look at the gold, I'm pretty sure even though the CS is still... yeah, so there's a 1.2k gold lead for Camille alone. That's like an entire BF sword. No, she's not building BF sword, but it's a very common item to draw comparisons to. So while she's down in CS, she's been getting gold from kills. She's been getting gold from tower plates. And there's a lot of stuff happening all of a sudden.
Echo in trouble. Echo he had no shot there. He stayed in lane, overstayed. Ramper's vamping. Believed his own hype a little bit too much, I think.
Sometimes in order to be great, you gotta int.
That's right. I'm gonna say that the next time I int.
Because
My
if you
teammates
never
are in
int,
chat. Just listen, guys. Remember that.
guys, if you never int, then you never try things.
I believe
Because
it's called
trying things,
limit testing.
yes. And Rampus Vampin is just limit testing right now.
That's right.
Because like, can I pull off this 1v3? Probably not, but maybe I can. And if I can, it's gonna go on YouTube. And this guy just wants his
Ezreal,
YouTube clips.
that's right. Ezreal staying up here. Yes, Karma's in the wings, but as you mentioned, Karma not a ton of. I mean, a little peel, a little sustain, but okay, if they do back out, they're gonna walk away. They need to just step away from this wave. They need to get under tower as Senna and Camille are looking. Now both are on vision, so they're gonna be aware they're in danger.
And so IG
Gonna...
sent Camille down here to just take a free dragon. Jax has decided to just commit top lane. They could have had Jax come down as well. This means that they should just be giving up the dragon. Oh,
Oh, what
Rampus
timing.
awkward?
Jax just wanted to get that plate before the 14-minute mark when they fell off, and it's going to cost him possibly his life. He's out of mana. This is not a fight that Echo would normally want, but with no mana on Jax, he literally can't do anything. He's trying to drag him over to
is coming in.
Wukong. He did have enough for his E. Wukong's in. He does ult. They do get Rammers Vampin caught napping in the top lane.
I mean, you int once, it's tactical. You int twice, it's questionable.
You int 3 times, it's limit testing.
And at what point do we start really complaining about this int?
That's the O10 power spike. I'm very familiar with that point. Yeah.
I'm pretty
That's
sure
where
that
it's
only
considered
applies
an
for
int.
Yasuo and Yone, though.
Oh no, I've done it on a lot of champs.
Oh, then you're way
They
ahead
do
of me.
get the they do get the mid tower. They're going in. Xin Zhao's popped the ult. He does flash over the wall, gets the smite off on the Raptors. Does manage to take one with him, but they do take him down. Advantage
very
still to
aggressive here.
Jockstocks.
So, let's take a moment and go back to pick and ban here and what I talked about earlier. So this is pretty much the point of the game where your usual lane assignments are swapped around and you want to assign your lanes to whatever fits your plan the most. And what they're doing right now is now that I'm saying that, they're kind of...
Victor's going to get eaten alive right here. Gets the Camille ult down. He's under tower. Wukong is going in, immediately exhausted again. He does get the Senna lockdown on him. He's trying. He does manage to get away.
So what they were doing before they collapsed is actually pretty good macro here, because what they were doing is they had two people in the side lanes. The side lanes are pushing out. They're making sure the wave is pushing. Then one of them or both of them, they collapse into mid lane, make a play, get an objective. So this means that if Jockstocks doesn't respond to the side lane pushes, they lose a lot of minions, lose a lot of experience, they potentially lose a turret, and doing that play once doesn't really do too much, but doing that play like 3 or 4 times really snowballs a gold lead.
So speaking of that gold lead, it is still even.
Yeah, it's very close. It's 600 gold.
I mean, that's nothing. That's not even a sheen.
And I don't think in this game there is a very clear victor when it comes to the snowball, because I think if we're looking at this game from a split push point of view, then IG has a small benefit because they have 2 great split pushes as opposed to 1. Although an argument could be made that Jockstock's split pusher is the best split pusher in the game, although he's behind. So, that's...
Any split
Makes it kind of
pusher is not a great split pusher when they're behind. So that's a
Yes.
perfectly valid point.
So you really have to wait until he ramps up, which at that point, we don't know if the game reaches that length. On the other hand, if we're looking at Jockstocks, I'd say their team fight is on average just pretty good. They have good backline, they have pretty good front line, they have peel, and I would give it to them in a full-on 5v5 on even gold. So I don't think there's a clear favorite here in terms of scaling, but it just really depends on how they try and play the map.
Absolutely. I would say if we're talking purely scaling, I would give it to Jockstock. I think between Victor and Jax, those are some heavy scaling champs. And I don't think anybody... Oh, and as I'm talking, I'm not sure what's going on, but somebody is dying. Xin Zhao goes in, Xin Zhao goes out. Camille is going to drop the ult, but Camille just traps herself in the ult and trying to go for the Ez. I think she meant to drop that on the Karma, but Karma walked away. And once again, IG trying to push the pace, but not getting the luck that we saw that they had with KG. Now, it's worth noting, Echo, their star mid laner from the last game, not in the fight.
Yeah, he's just trying to create a lot of chaos split pushing, but you cannot really have your mid laner split pushing while trying to dive mid lane when you're not outnumbering them by a large margin, which you don't because your mid laner is bot lane.
Well,
So
and
that
in
was a
true
bit of a
IG
mistake.
fashion, they were diving between towers, which,
Yeah.
as my teammates have told me multiple times, is not what you're supposed to do.
Although I can respect them.
You know what? There's a great clip of me playing with my friends. I'm on Mundo. I got hype because we got a couple kills. I started being the shot caller, which is always a mistake, by the way. Told go, go, go. I took one CC in between towers, and as you can imagine, all of a sudden my health was gone. And I was like, never mind, run away. I think
You know,
that's
I really
basically
wish
what's
we-
happening.
I really wish we could properly play some games together, but we're on different servers. So it's unfortunate because I would love to just sit there and follow your shot call. I will follow your every step.
You'll lose a lot of games.
Hey, that's
Oh,
fine.
Jack's down here. He does get the stun off. The Wukong ult is just going to stop everybody. Boy, they don't get to play the game. That's a double kill for Wukong.
Yeah, that was
Xin
a
Zhao.
lot of CC there.
Yeah, Xin Zhao and Echo going down. Echo's hard to kill, but not when you have 6 seconds of CC. They're going to turn this into a dragon.
So Rammus Vampen is not having the best game of his life. He's not having a horrible game. Don't get me wrong. It's not like this is just him, losing the game for his team or anything. But he's also not really in a position where he can carry his team because he's been trying to split push, but his team hasn't been able to achieve as much as he wants, and he's been collapsed upon as a result of that.
Absolutely. So here's IG going back into the playbook here, looking for their pick. They're going to go on to Victor here. They miss everything.
Well,
Unfortunate.
flashed.
Okay, that's good. I did not see that. Victor flash, so that's,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's worth, but something.
It really depends because they only burned summoners. Oh, sorry, they burned ultimates for summoners, which is worth it if you can punish it within the window in which the ultimates are up before the summoner, or at least that's generally the consensus there. But there's nothing really to play for right now. The Baron both teams don't have the super quick Baron, and both teams can poke off the other team when they're doing Baron, and there's not a big enough gold lead where either team can just do it. So I don't think Baron is an objective right now that you can really play towards. There's no Dragon up. All the outers have been taken. So, well, I guess top lane is still up, but that's it's very low. So there isn't really anything to play around. So there's just a bit of a lull here.
Yeah, and to your point about Baron, we don't have a proper ADC. We do have Ezreal, but he's not known for that consistent DPS on an objective like Baron. So you're
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Neither team is going to surprise you with the speed that they take Baron.
Yeah, it's decently fast when you pack Camille with Xin Zhao. You have. It's not like your Baron is super slow, but it's not a Kog'Maw, a Master Yi, something that just shreds the Baron in like 3 seconds.
Right. Jack's still going for this tower, but he might be caught out. Xin Zhao's going to go in.
Just to
Doesn't
be
really
careful,
want
though.
this fight. That's right. He's got the knock up on the Q already. He does go back in. He's just trying to bait him. Jack's doing a good job of not taking the bait. Goes in, hits the E, hits the stun, hits the W, hits the Q. Everybody's done. Wukong going in. He has the R, the second charge, the Q, and Ezreal comes in, donates, I assume, the kill. So they're getting the power where the power is. Worth stating that there was a dead even game state. Now that the
This could be
kills,
Baron.
that's right. Now that the kills are on Jockstock, they've got a 3K gold lead and are on Baron.
So we just talked about how they most likely weren't going to be doing Baron, but if they just get 2 free kills donated to them, and Echo is on bot side, you have to go for it.
That's right. Now Echo TPing in, but he's only out at half HP. He's going to go in. We'll see what they can get done. Jax is charmed up. Jax is invincible. They do get 1, 2. Let's see if they can get 3. The Wukong does have smite. They do secure the Baron. They do get 1 back. Wukong is 1 HP, but they don't have a whole lot of damage left. Even Echo, let's see what he can do. So they have Baron on 3 still. Wukong did manage to escape with his life.
So
and about
much has
4
happened there.
HP.
But the Baron has been secured by Jockstocks. So now let's see how they put this Baron to good use. I think Baron went to all 3 people who are alive currently, right? I think they were all
Correct.
alive at the end of the fight.
Correct.
All right, so it's a bit unfortunate here because you really want your Baron to be on Jax. Because Jax is just split pusher.
What was that? Yep, thank you.
Yeah,
Production
the
just giving
conf-
us a note there.
Yeah, so we just got confirmation that it is indeed 3 Baron buffs. So it's on Wukong, it's on Victor, and it's on Ezreal. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate because you want your split pusher to have the Baron buff, but hey, at least you can still use Victor to split push. So they're sending Victor into the bot lane, they're sending Jackson to the top lane. I am assuming that there's going to be a match from the side of IG. They'll probably send Camille top lane and they'll send Echo towards bot lane to match the push. But it's a bit harder to match it now because of the Baron buff.
That's right. And they're really just using that pressure to try and offset as they all group around here. Drag coming up. They do want to continue stacking that. So they're using the Baron pressure to offset. Jack's just not that much pressure, but it is worth noting he's on 2.5 items. He is building towards Death Stance, I believe, for his third item. He's got his full boots. He has Divine Sunder. He has Blade of the Rune King. So he's in a good spot. 1v1, it would be a dirty fight. So he does have that split foot pressure, and he's only maybe about, what, 1,300 gold away from completing Death Stance, which is when he can really start popping off. He's got about 700 gold in hand. So he's close to finishing that item. And Jax, once he gets Death Stance and starts getting those resets, will mess your life up. Now he's
it's gonna be
way up in lane right now, in top lane.
Yeah, he has a lot of CS relative to Camille. Camille, it's a bit unfortunate here because Camille got a lot of pressure early game. But then Camille has started just leaving lane, roaming, trying to make plays up for the team, which is, I think, generally the correct call because you want to extend your gold lead by giving your team presence. But meanwhile, Jackson's just been farming. He's just been like, guys, ignore me. I'm in the side lane, I'm farming, and I'll get there. And he's getting there. Now, Dragon
That's right.
is
He
being
does
taken.
have TP up for this fight, by the way, as they come in. Red team does secure, so Jockstocks does take it. I don't know why Xin Zhao is fighting right here. He pops the ult and just gets deleted. Maybe a little bit of tilt, maybe a miscommunication. I know he obviously went in for the steal.
Yeah. Yeah, he went in for the steal, and I think he didn't deem it worth it to flash. I think he wanted to keep the flash.
Well, and worth it in that situation, right? You're not going to get away. Echo does go in. Echo does get caught on the stun, though. There drops the ult, the Q. Ooh, Victor.
Go back in with the ult.
Well, Wukong is right at... He did, and he does get the kill. Ramp is vamping, just calling us out here. Let's see if Wukong tracks him. He knows he's being followed right now. He has the sweeper, so he's off vision for the moment. Karma's looking for him. Karma's going to get nearly blown up. He pops the blast cone. Maybe he walks away. Oh my gosh, he's going to go for one more. He manages to take the Ezreal out on his way out.
And Ram's vamping it, guys. He's back.
Woo!
We doubted him, but he's back.
That's it. The reverse caster curse.
You are correct. Now
we're just seeing a bit of posturing around that mid lane.
Yeah, they really want to just take that mid turret. It's so annoying to have this mid turret up at this point in the game because you want it to be taken out, you want to be able to push your vision forward a bit, and you can't when the turret is up.
Wukong goes in, 2 knockups, and he does get the Q off, so he does delete Senna there. Jax now in it. Jax is hunting. I believe that's the Camille. Camille, if she has her E up, is going to get out. Nope, and she gets taken down. Rammer's vamping, seeing if he can 1v3 right here. This is not a spot he wants to be in. Pops the Hextech belt. He does pop the Q for the slow. He gets stunned by Jax. He pops the ult to walk out. Just a matter of time. Drop the ignite, and he does get killed. Jax picking up the kill. Again, important to continue that ramp up. I believe Jax should have enough gold now if he hasn't already to complete that third item. And he really is online.
Yeah, he should have his gold, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he already picked it up.
There it is. There's the Death Dance.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to deal with him now because once he gets that Death Dance, it's any damage that's dealt to him is if anyone doesn't know how it works, you know, you start taking some part of the damage you take as bleeding, and then when you get a kill, that bleeding is removed, so you kind of take less damage if you just get kills. And it's a very efficient item because it also gives you pretty good stats. So it's very hard to deal with him split pushing right now. He's also up in experience. He's 2 levels up in Camille. And people always underestimate the difference in stats when you level up. Because I'm pretty sure there's like multiple hundreds of gold worth of stats in a single level. I think it's like 600 or something.
I believe you're correct. And I think it ramps as the levels get higher too.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how it works. And it's probably different per champion. But yeah, there's a lot of value in levels. So one thing to talk about here is we do have Dragon spawning rather soon. We can't see the timer right now, but I'm assuming we're like 1 to 2 minutes from the Dragon. And it's Sol. So the question is, do they want to pull Jax towards the team fight? Or will Jax keep on pushing?
Well, Jox is they've got the 4K advantage, so I think they have the advantage. Speaking of, Camille and Jax are going to get a fight here. Jax needs to back out. He took that second charge of the Q. Camille's going to put him in the Hex Stack ultimatum. If he gets the reset, though, he does. He's going to heal back, just as you mentioned. That was a massive reset. Rammers Vampin in trouble here. He's going to go back in, see if he can delete the ADC. He cannot. There comes the stun from Jackson. Boom. He is shut down again. Trying to help out his teammate. They are going to try and take the mid lane here, turret, as compensation.
So in order to make sure that he doesn't die, he's also building a Hex Drinker here, so he has another shield when he's brought low by magic damage. So if he has to duel... well, actually, either of them, because both Echo and Camille deal a lot of magic damage. Now, there's a trade going on. This is a bit of a base race. You know, at this point, I wish we could have like the split screen base race screen. That'd be something. But unfortunately, we don't have that, so we'll have to just talk you guys through it. So, IG
looks like
has
we've got a
taken the
handshake
turret,
here. IG is, they do blink first. They decide they do not have the faster comp. Camille's gone back, but Camille is
Jockstox?
1v4. Jockstox is in the base.
This is game.
Jockstox is ending it. The backs have been stopped. IG can't come in. Camille by herself, and that's it. Jockstox steals it. What a comeback.
Jockstox just says, guys, we throw down the gauntlet. We just push towards your base. You have to come stop us or we end the game. And they couldn't stop them in time because the backs were being stopped. That was just a very sudden end, but a very good commitment by Jockstox. So Jockstox are moving to the final.
Wow. What a call. IG just couldn't match their aggression from the first game. Couldn't get the same payoff. And the backdoor base race goes in the way of Jockstox. So as we wrap up here, we look forward to our finals. And I can see the one, but it looks like the other match might still be finishing up. Oh, no, we have the next semifinal next. Never mind. I'm an
we're
amateur.
casting both semifinals as well.
I assume.
Are we? Okay, great. We have more...
No, maybe we're not.
Oh, we're not. Okay. See, guys, we just listen to what production has to say. Like, we have no power here. We just talk, and that's it.
I have a handler.
So, let us see. Can we get confirmation on who won the other semi? Oh, it's still going. Okay.
Still ongoing. Excellent.
All right. So now we can't talk about the final preview just yet, but something tells me we will have enough time to talk about the final preview as we try and get into the first game of the finals. But I'm excited. It's best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. The other semifinal worth noting is between Notable Boomer Agents, or the NBA, and a Dutch community team who we saw in our last highlighted match. So I don't know the story of NBA, even though I believe they're a multiple tournament participant. But I'm interested to see how this final match shapes up.
Yeah, I hadn't actually noticed that they're called... well, I mean, I saw the name, but I hadn't connected the dots that they were called NBA. That's pretty cool.
Their logo even very cleverly appears to be a basketball.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right.
In MS Paint, I believe.
It's, well, I mean, it's good paint job. All right, so we seem to be tuning into the other...
not on the stream, just on the...
Are we... Is there any way we can just throw this into the stream feed?
Just throw production on the spot. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, we could just watch the ending of the other semi. Why not?
I think you're right, though. It does look like, so for our chat, it does look like NBA is trying to close out right now. They've got the Baron buff. They've got a 5-man push into the mid lane. They've just taken mid inhib and mid tower. They do have a wave with them. They are backing off. Oh, there we go. Bonus footage. My boy Urgot leading the charge. That is my main.
Oh, really? Is it? I mean,
it is. Cool, despite it is not my best win rate champ, but it is my main. If I need a champ to feel comfortable, it's Urgot.
I mean, you just walk forward and have the shotgun knees do all the work, right? So it's great.
That's right. And I love going into a team fight after about level 11.
So one thing I want to talk about is a lane that we see on the screen right now, and it's Seraphine Sona. I think it's a rather strong lane. It's not a lane that's gonna provide mass amount of damage, but if you have damage from somewhere else and you just throw all of your utility onto your front line, they just run in and they provided they're strong. It's actually a pretty good combo.
Well, to your point, it's very rare that I have to correct your English. You said it was a strong lane, I believe. The word you were looking for was annoying.
Ah, yes, yes. I was wondering where this was going. It's like, did I misspeak somewhere? But yeah, yeah, you're definitely correct here. Seraphine Sona is a very annoying lane to play into because even if they don't, one shot you, you wanna do something and they're just poking you down 20%. It's really annoying.
I mean, this is the case right here, right? Seraphine should be dead to rights, but
Oh,
because of
Sona's
her
coming in.
kit, all this time. Oh, and Sona should not have been there.
Wait, did Sona just like
Evaporate.
disappear?
Yes,
Yes, I
Akali
think
deleted
evaporate is
her.
the term.
Magic trick. That's right. Thank you, production. Urgot shows up, deletes her. Not Urgot. I'm sorry. Urgot's on the other side of the map. But anyway, who was that? Oh, it was Volley. Why did I? I don't know. Nobody called me out.
It's fine. We haven't been able to watch the first 30 minutes, so we're still adjusting to this game state.
Right. Right.
So let's see what's going on here. So what about the dragons? Okay, so we have is it NBA on blue side, right? Yeah. Okay. So NBA has secured the it's actually really annoying. They have secured a mountain soul with 3 mountains, which means that it's even harder to take down the Sona Seraphine composition, which to be fair isn't Seraphine just Sona 2.0. Like it's just the rework, right?
Yes. Yes.
So you kind of have two of the same champion. Isn't that cheating?
It should be. Yeah, I'm with you. Well, and to your point about the Mountain Soul, the you've got all that extra armor, all that bonus shielding on top of champs that generate all that shielding.
Yes.
I think every single one of these champs has a shield, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you are
Urgot
correct.
does, Volley does, Victor does, Seraphine, and
Does
Sona.
Sona's W give a shield as well, or is it just a heal?
I'm not sure.
No. Well, yeah, it is annoying.
It's just a heal, but depending on her runes, it could also if she's running over shielding. I don't know what her runes look like.
So there's
Production
those
is
small
telling me
shields.
I'm dumb, so that's not how that works.
But that's fine because we are not here to be intelligent. We are here to
Be
attempt
entertaining.
to appear entertaining.
That's right. Oh man. All right, so NBA really pushing in here, and they're doing their DCT doing their best to stop the push here. That didn't go well. Akali doing her darndest, but they've got 2 inhibs, 2 towers down already. I mean, this really. Let's see if Urgot gets the ult. No, or he does get the stun and the E though. Not the stun, but he gets the E, the throw. That's going to be 3 towers. That's going to be all inhibs. That's going to be triple supers coming into the base. That's going to be rough.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the game. I think we're being pretty smart about this because we have to cast so many games ready today. Because we're the only casters, and then we decide to just cast an additional part of a game because why not?
Yeah, production's like, guys, just shut up.
just keep going, y'all.
So NBA does close it out. So that's it. We will be back in a couple of minutes to watch Notable Boomer Agents NBA versus Jock Stocks.
See you soon. All right, guys, welcome back. It's time for the great final. So we are still waiting to get into draft. There's a little bit of a delay, but we should be there soon. So we're here to keep you company as we have been doing for the entire evening. I'm not quite sure if Janks is actually with me right now. Janks,
I am here.
Janks is here. Great, thank you. I don't have to solo cast. Great.
I wouldn't do that to you. I said 45 seconds. I meant it. I was just silent because I'm desperately trying to do my homework.
Good job, good job. It's important to do your homework. It's important to keep an eye on what people are playing, and I think I've done more homework today than I have done in years.
Yeah, that's why I was not I was invited out of college very quickly was my lack of homework doing. So I'm learning from that experience.
Yes, yes. But to be fair, isn't this also just a lot more fun?
So much more fun.
This homework is actually enjoyable. So, we are currently still waiting to get into draft, but it should be a pretty interesting draft. We haven't seen too much from NBA yet. We haven't cast their games yet, but of course, we have seen the ending to their last game, and they played the Sona Seraphine bot lane, which I think is it's a very good scaling bot lane. And I'm wondering if they're going to try and bring it out again, or if they have anything else up their sleeve.
Yeah,
Apparently, we're drafting right now, but I have not been provided a link for the draft, so I cannot see the draft.
it's worth noting that our entire production staff is also in Europe. So as all of you are still, those of you that are still with us, we appreciate you. We know it is late there, so worth noting that our production is doing their best to keep up as they try desperately not to fall asleep.
Yeah, it's very hard because obviously it's easy for us to keep up energy because we're talking constantly, but this guy's just sitting there looking at the screen trying to keep us from making a fool out of ourselves. So
Right.
shout out
And
to
he's done that
production.
while falling asleep, so it's actually pretty impressive.
It's it's inspiring. Anyway,
All right,
let's
EK, I'm doing homework. Go to draft. Go.
Oh, okay, you're doing homework. Okay, great. I will look into drafts. So we have a lot of champions bands again with the same bands. We have the Senna, we have the Yumi, we have the Azias. There's a lot of just comfort picks being removed. Now, if we look at the side of NBA currently, we have a Poppy. A Poppy is a very interesting pick because Poppy is pretty much only good when you want to play into champions that have a lot of dashes that want to engage on you or want to disengage using their dashes. You have Lee Sin, you have Lucian, so Poppy generally is a pretty good pick. And Poppy also kind of makes it so that you can't pick a champion like Camille. So this might open up some top lane picks for NBA.
Yeah, the irony here is well, so they might be blocking out the Camille specifically after that last match. I don't know how much they were able to do homework while they were playing.
It's also an interesting idea to see where Poppy is going because they can send Poppy to the jungle. You can send Poppy to the support position, but Nautilus is there, so that seems quite unlikely. But you can also send Poppy top as a counter pick to something with more mobility. So it kind of depends on how the matchup unfolds. I think generally Poppy is played as a jungler, and that's good into Lee Sin because Lee Sin throws his Q at you, he flies in, it's very predictable. You W, you block it. It's very simple, and at that point you kind of just win the fight. If we keep looking at bans, the Camille surprisingly is banned by NBA, even when they have the Poppy. So that would suggest to me that they're looking to put the Poppy into the jungle position.
I agree, and I think Poppy's most viable in the jungle right now. It's interesting to note, right? So as you mentioned, Poppy is a good counter to Lee Sin, but Lee Sin's in an interesting spot right now. This is a mainstay jungler, has been for the entire time that I've played League, but he's not actually in a good spot right now. Not a great win rate, not a good power spike, not a good power, to pathing throughout the game. But because of his ability to mechanically outplay and the value that that can add, he continues to show up.
Yeah, it's Lee Sin is a very difficult champion to um, rate because he's extremely strong if you are significantly better than the people you're playing against because you can just outplay them all over the place and he has a lot of carry potential. The moment you cannot just outplay your opponents, it's so hard to make him more efficient than other picks. Now, finishing off the draft here for Jockstocks, we have Jax being taken. So they have the split push advantage here. It's playing into the Ornn, so the Poppy is going into the jungle as we expected. And having Ornn top lane just means, okay, leave me alone. I will farm up. I will get you guys your upgrades, play to the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Jax wants to be played around, so he does not at all mind having a free lane.
Well, and early on, that Orn combo, if he lands it, will clap Jax.
Oh yeah, 100%. Ornn wins that matchup early game, but if Jax just plays respectful, he should just be able to just chill and scale up. Because at least Ornn's combos are rather predictable. So you should not die to it if you're not playing disrespectful. And the mid lane matchup, I would say it's a bit of a farm lane. But while Orianna has more early game agency and more push, there is actually pretty decent gank setup here because you can just throw a cage on Orianna or around Orianna. You have a Poppy coming in. You have a Nautilus coming in. You may have an Ornn with an ulti coming in. So it's actually relatively easy to set up a kill here because Ori's only way out of the cage is flash. That's a 5-minute cooldown.
Well, let's talk about that though. Pop quiz for you, EK. If everybody's there, we're probably talking a team fight. What's one button on Jockstocks that makes all of that irrelevant?
It's Renata R.
You got it. Renata
It's
R is the great equalizer of all that CC because if she hits a 5-man, Orianna walks away.
You are 100% correct. It's great you raised that point because if we look at NBA's comp, what do they want to do? They want to go in. You have Poppy go. Well, Poppy doesn't have to go in, but generally at some point in the fight, you want to go in. Nautilus, all engage. On, all engage. So the moment they jump in there, Renata all on top of it, and they start killing each other. Fortunately for NBA, they don't have too many high damage auto attack champions. So there isn't actually too much threat of them killing each other because none of the champions beside Kai'Sa actually deal a lot of auto attack damage. But of course,
And they're
while
beefy
they're
too.
yeah, exactly. Obviously, while they're attacking each other, you can attack them yourselves as well, so it's not entirely irrelevant. But it's not like you have, like 280 carries who just like triple auto attack each other and they both die.
That's absolutely right. That's
I
absolutely
won.
right. So
I wonder though.
I
Go on.
I was just gonna say this is the way I read it, right? And keep in mind I wasn't paying attention for half because I was desperately trying to get names and positions and such. Jockstocks wants to go in, right? Lee Sin, dive champ. Jax, dive champ. Oriana, not a dive champ, but she's gonna group everybody up, right?
Yeah.
NBA, they can go in. That is also an immensely powerful counter dive. Vigar just drops the cage. Orn, massive crowd control. Poppy literally stops dashes. Nautilus, his entire kit is crowd control. And the Kai'Sa's standing on the outside poking away.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing here is that both teams want to find an engage, obviously. But I think the problem here is that both teams also have a very clear and easy way of disengaging. So you have Poppy shield blocking engage, and you have Renata ult blocking engage. So that means that neither team in an even game state should be able to just freely engage upon each other without one of them misplaying. So at that point, you start looking at, okay, how can you engage? Well, Lee Sin kick, or you can find, a cheeky cage or something, or you can knock a couple people out with Poppy ult and then engage. So there's a lot of interesting ways in which the team comps kind of interact with each other. But in the end, it might just come down to, hey, which team has the bigger wallet? There is one thing I'm interested in, though. One interaction that I'm not 100% on, but I'm assuming it works that way. So if Renata ults Nautilus and Nautilus auto attacks a team member, the team member gets CC'd, right?
I would assume that the
So that's
passive
that's
goes
pretty
off.
interesting. I mean, it might
Maybe
not matter too much, but that sounds pretty interesting to me.
yeah, maybe chat or production can clue us in, but yeah, I think so.
Hmm.
Just a reminder, chat, we do have the prediction up for the finals. Currently 0-0 on that prediction. So do get into the chat. Do get the predictions up. Who's going to take it, NBA or Jock Stocks?
Meanwhile, we have approximately 2.5. We have about 2 minutes before we jump into game, so we can almost start our first game of the grand finals. Dude, I'm excited.
This is going to be awesome. And, it was a great tournament. We really didn't have that streak that we have in the last two with one or two teams really dominating their way to the top. It looked like IG was going to do that. And then Jocks really managed to kind of put them in their place there.
Yeah, they
So
can't
yeah,
just.
this will be interesting. And then of course NBA, who we didn't see at all.
Yeah, and Jocks kind of just walked their way to victory. They just walked into the base, started smashing turrets, and won. Like it was kind of anticlimactic, but it was just a big mistake by IG. So it's good on Jockstocks to punish that. And I'm wondering if that means that their macro decision making is very solid, because that would mean that we might see some very interesting macro plays, especially because IG has showcased great macro themselves, early game at least.
They did, yeah. And so we'll see how NBA manages to play off that. And it's worth noting too, and we've seen this in the chat a couple times, right? Where either the teams themselves or friends and company of the team were in chat. So I'm interested to see, maybe somebody in chat can call this out for us if there's some scouting going on, because I know if I was in the tournament, I'd be having one of my friends that's not in the tournament watching and be like, all right, what did that team do last time, right? Obviously, they can see their opt.gg, they know their champ pool, yada yada yada. But
Yeah, you
that
gotta
doesn't
have that
mean you know anything
insider
else.
man.
That's right.
It's very important. I definitely agree with you. That's what I would have done as well. If I were playing here, I would have someone just watching the stream. I mean, maybe I'll even have the stream open on my other screen, just mute it, and just like occasionally peek over and see what they're playing. I think there
Yep.
was actually an instance. We're loading into the game anyway, and we have talked about most of what we want to talk about. I think there was an instance back in season 2. I think it's kind of before I started watching in season 3. So season 2, something happened where there was this live event where behind the players there was the big, well, TV with the stream going on, and the players were actually able to see the screen if they like peeked behind them a little bit. So that was very bad
Ah.
setup. So a lot of players got caught looking at it, but that's not a player issue. That's an issue by the production team. Like, come on, don't put a screen behind them. Like, you're gonna like try and peek a little bit. Like, hey, are they warding there or not? Like,
Right, of course. I mean, why wouldn't you? Like,
and
come on.
like you know your opponent's going to do it. So if you don't do it, you're at a disadvantage. So yeah, that was
Exactly
very
right.
interesting.
So
Emphasis-
NBA, we've got just the solid standard 5-point defense from Jockstocks, but NBA going for the 5-man invade. I think they were spotted out, so they know we probably will not have any early game shenanigans. Orn already backing off.
We also have some Bs going on. Some B emotes. Some B motes.
Some B motes.
So B motes in the chat. Guys, B
B
motes.
motes and the
Do
B
we?
skins, some of the best additions to the game, man.
Well, especially the B modes. I love them. I'm not the biggest B skin enjoyer,
Oh,
but
come on. Malza, I don't remember the names, but Malzahar
Bizahar.
B and yeah, Bizahar and BMO, who's annoying, by the way.
Hey, I'm a little bit of a Teemo hater, so
I am with you.
thank you.
I hate
Thank
that
you.
little whatever he is.
I mean, you're a top lane player, right?
Yes,
Yeah, then you must hate Teemo.
I hate him with a passion.
Thank you. Great.
My proudest moments are games when I grind Timo into the dust.
I see we're on the same page. See, if I were casting together with a Teemo enjoyer, I feel like this might have been a lost tournament together. But since that's not the case, we seem to have a bright future ahead of us.
That's right. The only qualifications cannot be Timo main. All right, so into the game here, we'll see who pushes level 2. Nothing fancy. Nobody got a ward or vision, so nobody got that XP bonus. So both lane in the bot lane, both the parties even, and we'll see what happens now. If I would expect that if we see NBA hit level 2 first, that Nautilus will go in. He'll be looking for that hook.
Generally, the blue side bot lane should just have the advantage here. They have the range advantage, and you can engage level 1, but it's actually rather tricky to engage into the into Renata, because the problem is once Renata gets W, if you have somewhat of an even trade, the W can just turn the trade around and have you already carry revive. So it can be quite tricky to actually play hard engage into Renata.
That's a valid point. Here we see the Jax Orn interplay. That was nice because that was very nice. Jax timed it. He was brittle up until that last second, and if he had taken the shot while he was brittle, that trade would have gone heavily in Orn's favor. But Orn just taking his time, spamming out his Q and having a good time up. Well, not a good time, but a peaceful time up there. Cage goes down, doesn't lock anything up. Vygar getting bullied a little bit there.
Yeah, as expected, Orianna just has the early pressure. What Veigar wants to do in the early levels is very simply just farm as much as he can with Q. Get his AP going, get to his first item. He's probably going to go Everfrost, and then once you get Everfrost, that's kind of when you start unlocking as a champion, and you can start, setting up kills using Everfrost into Cage or Cage into Everfrost, or miss both of them.
Yeah, that's right. That's I'm familiar with that combo.
So there's actually an interesting interplay in top lane here because um, while Ornn is using his W, he's immune to CC, and Jax of course has.
There's the hook. Kai'Sa's already dropped the vast majority of her damage. There's the passive down on Lucian, but Lucian early game, as we know, he's looking for that last shot. He's not gonna get it. Poppy, if we could jump back to that top lane, Poppy's going in. Jax was up. He does get the flash. Poppy, nicely done. Wow, absolutely max range, does the flash charge combo. Saves Ornn's life and gets the kill. That is a hell of a setback for Jax.
For a second there, for just a second, I thought that Poppy might have knocked Jax into Ornn and
Yes.
and giving Jax the auto attack he needed.
Yeah, I honestly believe he probably auto canceled right there, or Ornn was probably just a pixel outside of range. That was as close as it gets. That was a hell of an outplay by Poppy.
That was super close. So the thing I wanted to talk about before all the chaos started ensuing is the interaction between the CC and top lane, because Jax has his E, which is Counter Strike, which like spins around him, and then he can actually choose to reactivate it earlier if he wants to. And since he gets to choose when he wants to use it, Ornn has to predict when he uses W, because W blocks the CC. So you kind of don't know what Jax is going to stun, but you have to predict it if you want to outplay him. So it's actually rather rough, and it's definitely to the benefit of the Jax side of the matchup, because it's so much easier to, not have him predict you, because you don't have to predict him really.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it is an interesting interplay because Jax at the same time wants his E up if he's brittle, right? Because as we talked about, if he gets smacked with the auto from Ornn when he's brittle, he's going to lose the trade every time.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. So it is an interesting game of chicken in the top lane. Even though, you may think Ornn play is boring, but this particular one, it is. It's a massive mental game of chicken, and it really comes down to aggression and who's got the faster fingers. We do have one team named after boomers, so we'll see.
Well, I did see, as I was checking before the game, that apparently NBA has a lot of higher ranked players. I think 4 of them are master. So just
Wow.
a little bit of information regarding the tournament rules. We used to have a rule in place where I think you could only have 1 master and up player, if
Correct.
I'm not mistaken. And that rule has been lifted for this tournament, which from what I gathered in the Discord, NBA was very happy about, because they were able to participate with this team. So let's see if they can use their, well, let's just say superior ranking.
We have potentially a 4v4 here, bot shaping up. Kai'Sa is low. I think. I'm not sure the Jockstocks knows they've got the jungler is hovering, but I don't think they know they do now. It's a 4v3. Veigar Cage hits. Poppy follows up, exhaust down on Lucian. Lucian goes back in to try and finish the Kai'Sa to at least make it even. Oh my gosh, they do get the Lucian, but he does revive because of the Renata passive. Oh my gosh, what a fight. Lee Sin managed to close up Poppy. That was a great engage, but they, as you mentioned earlier, EK, they forgot about the Renata passive. Exactly as you called it. They got the pressure down onto Lucian, but it didn't matter. They're going to go in one more time. Veigar Cage is back up. She is Renata stuck. Renata passive. The only one that's not going to help is Renata. But Lee Sin goes in, and exactly as you called it, also manages to get that early pressure. Gets to. They're going to clean up Ornn as well. Double kill for Lee Sin. Kill for Lucian. That did not go NBA's way.
That was so close. That could have been clean fight, a super clean fight for NBA here. But that Renata, actually, sorry, it was a clean fight for NBA because of the Renata, because
right.
That
No, you're backwards again.
Wait, hold on, guys. I am so confused. It's late.
Renata is on Jockstocks.
Hold on, that's Jockstocks. Wait, guys, it's late. Okay, so my point still stands. That W by Jockstock's support was just really massive because Lucian getting the revive there allowed him to get more damage out for the next kill as well. Lucian had died there. I'm pretty sure that would have just cleaned the entire fight.
That's absolutely right. But he died with the Renata passive up, so he was able to immediately get the last auto on Kaisa. Speaking of, Kaisa's in trouble here. Nautilus doing everything he can. He's got to walk out. Kaisa's left to die, and he's not going to have a chance either. His Q's coming back up. This kill's going to be donated over to Lucian. So a double kill for Lucian now. That Lucian is 4-0-1. That is not what NBA wants to see.
All right, I have while we have downtime, I have a request for production here to have like the cheapest possible like paint job and put like the team names on the top of the screen. It could be like the cheapest possible like just plain text. But
MS
my
Paint.
MS Paint, but my mind needs it.
It's all right. I got you.
Thank you.
Oh, production's actually going to do it. What
Oh,
a
there we
guy.
go. Production's
Holy
coming in
smokes. We were just talking shit. Wow.
I was like, we can do it between games, but this guy's doing it in the middle of the game while doing production. Guys, shout out to him.
This is why I don't volunteer for production. Somebody said that to me to be like, yeah, go screw yourself.
It's like, just remember the damn team names. It's not that hard. It's just two.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Got prima donna freaking casters over here. All right, so let's look at a look at game state here. So this is a pretty dramatic lead for Jockstocks, which is not what they were playing with in their last one against IG, right? So they're up 5 kills. They're up almost 5k gold at less than 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's a pretty big gold lead, and it mostly just stems from that bot lane play. There's also some CS leads developing, especially in the top lane. If we look at Jax's CS, it's 98 to 63, and he is sitting at about a 700 gold lead, which is only going to get worse because while Ornn scales ridiculously well in a supportive teamfight capacity, he's no match for late game Jax. Jax just comes into the lane and nobody contests him.
Well, I don't know if you caught it, but there was almost an 1,800 gold difference between Lucian and Kaisa.
Oh, wow.
That's almost a
right.
full item. That's 2K. Rough. That's 2K now. And then look at jungle as well. That's almost $1,000 between Lee Sin and Poppy. That's a rough spot. That's their playmakers and their carry down hard.
And let's not forget about
Lucian.
the supports. That's a 700 gold lead on supports.
That's a big deal in support. That's right. Especially when we were talking about they're going to be the ones making the difference. Nautilus can't even farm.
You know what feels really bad? Oh,
I wasn't even going to talk about it. That's why, because I was pretty sure Nautilus just killed himself, and he sure did. The culling comes out, and they just annihilate Nautilus. Cute that he thought he could do something there.
Yeah. So what I was going to say, what feels really bad is when you're playing a supportive support, and you get like 7 kills, and you want to give all the kills away, but you can't. Like, you just keep on getting them. Meanwhile, your gold is like nothing on your champion. You're like, guys, I don't want this gold. Take this away from me.
Yep, so we're going to see a dive on the bot side here. Lucian going in for more. They do drop the Herald. That bot tower is already gone. Exhaust goes down on Lee Sin. Lee Sin does miss the Q, so no follow-up yet. But Lucian's going to continue to move in. As you were stating, the entire team is here for Jockstocks. Let's see. They're going to go for another one. They do get the Ori ult down. The Q misses, though. The Renata ult. Let's see if they can get it done. One more auto on Nautilus. They're not going to get it. They will get more pressure on this turret, but you know what? NBA can't step up to the turret right now. They are coming in. He could, if he drops the combo, Renata's just dead, which would take the Renata passive out of the situation. No, they're going to back off. Probably smart.
So Orianna did just drop an entire wave in mid lane, which, it's roughly like, I think there's like 8 CS or something in that wave. If I look at the minimap, that would be my guess. There's also a dragon spawning rather soon. Can we quickly check which dragon is about to spawn? Okay, so it's an infernal dragon. That's actually very important. Yep. That's some additional damage, which is quite important when you're trying to deal with these.
Jack's going in for red buff invade, but they know he's there. Nautilus hits this Q. There's the Poppy Q.
Yeah, he's dead.
They're gonna drop everything. So, the ult from Ornn, the knock up, the fragile. He's got one hit. Misses the Ornn Q, and there's the Vigar. He presses R, no fun button, and it's over. He does get to lock down the Renata. They're going to fight here. I don't think they want this fight, though. They want to get out. Nautilus is just going to give his life up again. He does back off, does manage to get his Q down onto the Lucian just to spare another second while his team walks out. Ornn didn't want any more of that fight. He was completely out of mana.
Yeah, Ornn's going to look to reset, and I think at this point, because Jax has teleport, they could just rush the dragon if they really wanted, because then they could just have Jax TPing
See
in.
if they get this pick on Lee Sin, because that'll make it so they can't really do it. No, so it's going to be 3v2 here. They also have the pressure on the mid lane, so I believe Jock Stock is going to be able to just walk over and get this dragon. Lee Sin's already posturing, waiting for it to spawn. He's going to solo it for the time being.
Yeah,
They're going
Jax
to continue
teleported to
pressure on
bot
the mid
lane.
lane.
Jax TP to bot lane, and he's probably going to look to shove out this wave and then collapse on dragon if he needs to, or just just keep on pushing if nobody comes to contest Lee.
Yeah, Lee Sin is strong at this point. He's already got Gore Drinker maxed out. Look at that. He doesn't even have any health missing. Soloed the Drake. So that's one each. Looking at the gold lead again, 7.2 thousand gold lead now.
Yeah, and very
Jock Stock.
a very important point to talk about that we haven't actually talked about yet is there's a big gold lead, but there's also just the pressure lead. If we look at the way the map state is currently,
Oh,
and the map
just
state has
interrupt
been.
real quick. Oh, maybe Jax
I
walks
think
out.
he's
He's going to hit the
out.
cone here. Depends if Poppy can lock him down. If he walks up to that wall, he's in trouble.
He has a ward to ward hop.
She hit the charge. He does have the E to disengage. And Lee Sin hits the ward hop, and then he's going to just hit the blast cone out. So I'm sorry, you were saying.
No, no.
And in the meantime, Ornn gets executed.
Ooh, yeah, that's bad. So there were two things I wanted to talk about, and one is that the side of Jox has just constantly been pushing and pushing and pushing, and it's very hard to make a proactive play on the map when your wave is always on your turrets, because you have to make a conscious decision. Hey, do I give up this wave and go join the play, or do I stay and try and farm the wave because I need the money? And you pretty much always end up losing, because unless you get a really big play, you're just done.
Jack's in trouble here. He's used his E. He does have the hop up, but the Nautilus got the ult off. Let's see if he can hit the Q. Cage goes down and misses. He does have it up.
The no button.
Well, that's right. He hit the no fun button. Nautilus walks out. We move over to another fight. Lee Sin misses the Q, so they're going to immediately walk away. Orange says not so fast, but he does lock up Lee Sin. That's all the CC down. Lee Sin does not have... He has Q, but he doesn't hit anything with it. He is burning. There it is. He gets hit with the Kaisa R. Well done. The Seeker, I forget the name of it. So they do manage to get him and pop the Renata passive. They do also get a hook down and the cage. That's going to be it for them. Big culling. A lot of damage. Not going to matter, though. They're still on the hunt. Oh, I didn't even see the Oriole.
Yeah, Ori had a 4-man ulti there, but unfortunately, Ori just doesn't have the damage quite yet. If that was like a 6-item Ori or something, that's a one-team fight right there. But unfortunately, at this point of the game, you just don't have the damage yet.
I say that all the time. If only I had 6 items, I would have killed all of them right there.
But yeah, it definitely does give us a preview for later in the game, because if Ori lands an ulti like that, and there's damage threats still remaining, then there's a fight happening.
They want this fight. The exhaust is down on Kaisa. Lucian cleans that up. Nice hit for a nice hook from Nautilus. Renata tanking the tower, and they just clean up Nautilus as well. Nautilus 1-5-4, not having a good time.
And Lucian 9-0-1. Lucian is popping off.
He is massive.
Oh, and he dashed into a wall.
We didn't
That's
see
the
that.
caster curse.
That's right. Did it on
Caster-
purpose, right? Flexing.
Yep, I'm just showcasing my power.
Right. Renata misses the handshake. The E stun is going to land. Ornn did time the W almost right. He is getting locked up. Let's see. Jax does go in. One auto away.
Yeah,
Ornn will walk away.
He could have committed, but I'm pretty sure he thought his auto would kill, and then he started walking away.
That's right. He was just out of range. There goes the Everfrost. These guys are in trouble. It is a 3v3, and they don't know it. Renata
Lucian is
low.
coming in.
They do get the Renata, so that means no Renata ult, no Renata passive on the field. But as you mentioned, Lucian waiting in the wings, and he is huge. They do decide to just walk away. Interesting to note, the closest gold, if I saw it correctly, and it might not be true anymore, the closest gold was between Ori and Vygar, and I think that's a saving grace. That's the only thing NBA can bank on right now, because as we all know, Vygar scales infinitely.
Yeah, and if you at some point position, slightly incorrectly on Lucian, and you take a no button to the face, then your life might end very prematurely.
Absolutely right. That Vygar combo will delete anyone on the map right now.
Yeah, there's not really a very big tank on the side of blue side because there is simply there's two bruisers there. Now, fortunately, you do have the ability to use Renata W and hope that you can get a kill after the Vigoroth goes down. But there's three tanks on the other side, so it might be a bit tricky to get a kill in that short window of time.
Right, that's a lot of meat to cut through.
Yes, you need like a proper knife. And to be fair, at this point, Lucian is a proper knife.
I was gonna say at this point, Lucian is a scalpel. He is ready to go. I don't even think. I mean, Ornn just finished Sunfire Cape, so Lucian is gonna cut through even this Ornn like butter. He does also have Bramble, and he does also have what used to be, what is that, steel plate caps or whatever. But
Tabbies.
even so,
We call them tabbies.
yeah, exactly right, tabbies. Yeah, Lucian's gonna hurt. Lucian's got the what is that, Lord Dominic's already. He's got his Gale Force, and he has the Blade of the Ruined King, so he does damage.
Yeah, I
NBA
really like
real
this.
quick is going to grab this Herald.
I like this build adaptation out of. Never mind. There's
Yep,
action.
but we got to fight. Jax goes in
Ori?
a little early, but again, the Ori ult, the Lucian on the outside. This is a chaotic fight. They missed the second cast of the Ornn ult. They do have the Q down, the hop to Ornn. Do they have the damage to finish him off? Oh, he's one hit. Lucian, in the meantime, does chase down the Poppy on the other side. They're going to get two. Jax is going to get a double right there. Ori, he gets one. Ori claims the other one. They're still going in. Ori has the pullback on that. Ori does survive with one. They step up with Renata to keep her alive. And Kai'Sa's got to run for the hills. They're going to take everything.
That was big because Baron is about to spawn, and they might be looking to just rush it down immediately.
You're absolutely right. Look at that. Just prescient right there, EK. And there they are. And this Lucian, we just talked about it. He's big. He's a scalpel. He's going to just annihilate this Baron. He is slapping it. And they got the TP that just came in.
They also, I wanted to talk about it before the fight started, but it's just a perfect time to talk about it because there's no way anyone's going to contest this, right? So they're going to just reset after this and then probably look to start pressuring the map using their Jack split push. But the thing I wanted to talk about initially is that I like their item adaptation. And Jax generally does build Blade of the Ruined King, but on Lucian, at least personally, I don't see Blade of the Ruined King too much. I often see Essence Reaver into Cyrildas is a build I see quite a lot. But I quite like this adaptation because going Blade of the Ruined King into what I assume to be either Cyrildas or Lord Dominic's is going to give you a lot of opportunity to deal with tanks. And there's quite a few on the opponent's team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. And why not, when you're that big, that early, say, you know what? I know I'm going to be cutting through these meatballs. Let me get on it early. Let me use that early gold. Now, worth pointing out, though, that NBA did just claim a big bounty on that mid tower. So that mid tower one was a bounty. They did claim it. They did split it between the team, though. They're looking to engage. Again, Jock Stocks is in here. Nautilus probably going to be the sacrificial lamb. He does Q to try to get out. He does get the hook on the wall. There's the Oriole to pull him back in. Renata's working on him as well. Ori does secure him. Let's look at the KD on Ori. 3, 2, and 8. So 11 kills between the kills and assists. That's not a small deal. She's going to be hurting soon. She does have the Leandries, which, to your point, again, prepared to deal with the meatballs.
Yep.
On NBA.
And she's rushing Void Staff as the second item, which once again is just a lot of pen for people who build magic resist. So I just have to call out that I think their itemization is very good. So often I see people default to the itemization that their champion usually builds, and just they don't pay attention to the actual game state. But I'm very happy to see that they're actually looking at Ornn, at Poppy, at Nautilus, and thinking, hey, if we just build raw damage with no pen, we're not gonna kill them. So let's prepare by building pen early.
Yeah, absolutely. So EK, talk to me about win conditions, because at this point we're looking at NBA. They're down pretty hard, right? So we're 13K gold lead at 22 and a half minutes, down 9 kills. They've losing pressure all over the map. They don't have a single winning lane. Obviously, Veigar is still farming up. How do they get back into this?
You pretty much touched upon it earlier already. It's a lot of it is in the hands of Veigar. Veigar, as we all know, scales incredibly well. You have infinite scaling AP from your passive. Your AP scalings themselves are pretty good. You are one of the few champions actually who has Death Cap as a second or third item usually, because you have so much AP. So the the passive 30% AP, is it 30 or 40%? I can't remember. Anyway, the passive AP boost you get on your death cap is just
Massive.
amplifying your passive stacks as well instead of just your items.
Absolutely
So
right. And worth noting that he's about to finish that death cap.
yes, he has 2 needlessly large rods in his inventory. Now they're extremely large and they're gonna turn into a hat for some reason. But you know, fantasy aside, it's their win condition. You want this Veigar to be really strong, and you just want to find a pick because is this the pick?
We're gonna have a fight here. They do manage to land the Nautilus ult on the Lucian. There's
feeling
nobody
Lucian well.
on the Lucian though. Lee Sin goes in, the cage comes down, Ornn ult goes down. They do have the passive up. Whoever's in the middle is dead,
might be
and
game.
they don't get anybody. Veigar cage down again. No fun button. Lucian says, I don't care. Exhaust down. Still going to go 1v2. Does pop stopwatch. Ori says, don't let me help you out. Oh, Kai'Sa does manage to shut him down and then gets the Ori as well, but gives her life. There's no one left alive for NBA.
They can't end just yet because they do have Poppy and Nautilus coming up, and they can't. I don't think they can take the Nexus turrets, but they can take at least 1 IP, maybe 2 inips, which is going to create so much pressure on the map, and it's going to be so hard to deal with them. Because there's not that much wave clear on the side of NBA right now. You have the Veigar, but you don't have quite the level of AP required.
Yeah. The only thing that I can say, they're going to try and pick up one. They just can't decide who. A little bit of miscommunication there. Worth noting that Jax is strong here. They don't have any damage up on him. They are going to CC him possibly to death. They are going to get him. Okay, it took a second. They almost... Oh, the passive. If he can get the reset off on Nautilus, he cannot. In the meantime, Veigar goes over and kills Renata while no one's looking. And they do manage to take 2 back for no reason. They didn't need to be there, EK.
Yeah, they kind of just overstepped there. They were feeling themselves, and they were like, you know what? We can do this. Why not?
Screw it. Yeah, we'll end it.
But that is pretty much the way you can throw these games. I've been there. You've been there. You're like 20k gold ahead. You're like, guys, no matter what we do, we win this game. But then, 2 people die. Next fight,
I'm a specialist at that.
And at some point, you're just like, guys, are we even still winning this game? And if we're looking at this game from a scaling point of view, yeah, the split push on Jax is amazing. Lucian isn't, some hyper carry, especially into a champ like Ornn. Already kind of gets outscaled by Veigar if we're looking at, pure damage output. Ornn items are going to come through. Ornn items are going to come through starting level 14, I think, which means that 1 more level, and they're going to get... Actually, I think death cap has already been upgraded. I think it's level 13. So I think that's the upgraded death cap already.
I think 13 is Ornn's self-upgrade. I could be wrong.
Oh, I'm mistaken then. But yeah, then I think level 14, there is going to be an upgraded death cap. I'm assuming that's going to be the first upgrade, which is even more AP. There's a Void Staff coming in there. Poppy's going to be hard to deal with. Poppy's going to block, Lee Sin Qs, Jax Qs. There's just so
Poppy,
many
you
things
don't want
that
to
you
be
can
there.
block.
They're going to go in on Poppy. They're looking for the Lucian, but there's too many there. Ornn's going to eat the full culling. There's the Ori ult, and boom, just like that, Lucian knocks down 2. Lee Sin takes 1 just for good measure, but they lose Ornn and they lose Poppy. Both meatballs are gone. They've got a little bit of engage or peel in Nautilus, who's dead. They do manage to take down the Lee Sin, but that's got to be about it. They do still have the Veigar up. He does hit the Everfrost. The cage is down. Renata does manage to make that useless with the ult. It does hit. Kai'Sa does what she can. She's out. It's a Veigar versus the world here. He does drop the cage. He does hit. Is he going to hit the no fun button on Lucian? Nope, just walks away. It must not have been up. And Veigar's doing damage here. He does hit the combo. The exhaust is down. Lucian's going to 1 more auto. He takes him down. Poppy does go in and gets Renata. She does hit the ult to get rid of Lucian, but in the meantime, the Winions finish the game. And Jock Stocks takes game 1.
That was a good one. That was... I think if this game... If somehow NBA could have stalled this game another 5-7 minutes, something like that, I think that's kind of where you start seeing the turning point where Vega just starts getting so much damage that it's going to be hard to deal with. But
there was a pro game like that. I don't remember who it was, but there was a pro game like that, and I remember because the caster said, you know what? This is actually perfect because they have a lane to just sit their carry and just get fed minion after minion, and that's exactly what would have happened.
Yeah. If you break inips too early and you can't actually take advantage of the inips being down, it just means you don't get farm from that lane. They get farm from that lane, and you just start slowly bleeding gold into the enemy team, and it can be really rough taking an early inhib, which is often why taking like a 15-minute inhib can be detrimental unless you can actually punish the lack of presence in that lane.
It forces you to play into that lane. That's absolutely right because you have to keep the pressure up in order to keep whoever you have on that side of the map safe.
Yeah. So if you take it for example before Baron is up, as an example here, you can't pressure Baron when it's not up yet. So people can just casually farm, and there's no way you lose a Baron. You might lose a dragon, but like it's an early dragon. So there is definitely um, um, a lot of ways in which taking the inhib can kind of ruin you. So I think we're looking to start the next game directly. So we might not go into a break. We're just making sure that the teams are
Yeah,
ready
we're
and they're.
checking with both teams. Yep. We'll
And
see
then
what they want to do.
you don't have to miss us, guys. It's great. We don't have to miss you. You don't have to miss us. It's gonna be great. You just keep on talking. We'll
Yeah,
have the
I planned
confirmation.
on using this time to shop for a new mic, but
Then
maybe
you
not.
mean new mic stand, or are you gonna go for a full-on mic?
I don't know because I'll tell you what, the mic is great, right? But the logic that went into it is not. So all it has is an old school USB. I don't remember the type,
Mm-hmm.
but the one that looks like a trapezoid into the bottom of the mic, which is great, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's right here.
Yeah.
So it gets bumped by everything. And if it disconnects,
Oh.
it's the power for the mic.
Oh,
It's
so you
just
mean like
not a
you
great design.
you bump the cable at the bottom, and then like you might accidentally like bump it out of the port.
Exactly. And
Yeah,
because it gets tweaked every time you move the mic stand, it gets weaker and weaker and weaker over time. And it's not a like it doesn't fit perfectly
Mm-hmm.
to start with. Serious engineering to flaw. So I don't know. I might just see what the better deal is. I might go all new.
Yeah.
We'll see. I'm taking suggestions in the chat.
Yeah, I find mic discussions very interesting because I really like talking about mics, but I'm not sure how much of our chat really enjoys us talking about our microphone setup. So
That's their problem. No, I'm just
that's
kidding.
that you are correct. We are only here to hear ourselves talk anyway. So like
That's right. This is
whatever.
our echo chamber, EK.
I don't even care if we're live or not. Like I just
This is just us talking to each other.
see, this is what I do every day. Like I come home from work and I just like open up Audacity and I just talk to myself and then I listen back
Yep.
to it.
Yep. That's it.
That'd be something,
Meanwhile,
man.
production's desperately trying to coordinate 10 players in another
Yep.
game and keep us in check and run predictions. Speaking of great transition, there's a prediction up again. The old one is ending. It was extremely small. I don't remember who I bet on or if I won or lost. Let's see, what did I bet on? I don't know. But there's going to be another prediction going up, and this is going to be game 2, guys. So, EK, talk to me if we're not going to break. Maybe we are, maybe we're not. We'll figure it out. What does NBA do to make the next one go their way?
Um, I think one of the main things that went wrong here is they picked lanes that didn't really have as much priority as they wanted to have, where it was too easy for them to just pressure all three lanes at the same time, and their jungler could kind of just do whatever he wanted. He could take scuttles and stuff, and it was just it was very very easy. I think we are moving into draft in just a moment, so let me make sure we are actually.
Yeah.
Yes, there we
Beautiful
go.
production on the ball, baby.
All right, so yeah, we have let's see. I think it's also on the stream right now. Yes, it is. Beautiful, guys. We can go into game 2 straight away. See, this is some clean production quality.
Absolutely. Ahead of the ball. We're over here yammering to ourselves, and
Yep.
they've got it on track.
Guys, I do want to point something out, and that is that our viewing numbers are dropping a little bit. So ask your mom, your grandparents, your dog, like just send them a link, and
You read my mind. I was like, all right, just pitch it out. That was awesome. That's right. If
I'm
everyone you have isn't watching, then what are you really doing?
yeah. I mean, what? Okay, what else would you be watching if not this?
Right? There's nothing else on. It's a Saturday. I don't know. It's
It's
late
a
for you.
Saturday
It's
evening.
Saturday night.
Like,
Nobody has anything better to do, right?
go clubbing or something? No, just dude,
Right.
just
Ew.
listen to two dudes talking about League. Come on.
Or if you're at the club, pull it up in your phone, stick it back in your pocket. No one cares. Let's go.
Oh yeah, put some earphones in or something and listen to it on the way.
There you go. There you go.
Nice.
And
Anyway,
you could save your hearing from the club music.
it's a win-win.
There you go. It's a hell. This has been a public health announcement, a public service announcement.
Yes. Listen to our stream to save yourself from hearing or like ear
Loss.
damage or whatever. Like,
That's
yeah.
right. That's right. You're
Oh,
welcome.
right. So let me take our minds off of clubbing because otherwise we'll lose our entire viewer base because they'll go clubbing. And oh no, do not look in
Meanwhile,
this
we're
Yumi.
all the way through ban phase
Oh
and
no.
haven't said a word.
Oh no, they're locked in the Yumi. You know, as much as I'm supposed to be impartial when I'm casting, let's go Jockstocks. I don't like the cat. Get the cat out of my game.
Just based on that alone, he says, screw it. That's
I don't care
fantastic.
about
So
that.
worth noting, and we'll have to keep track of this. They did switch sides. So NBA is now blue, Jockstock is now red. I've got to change my notes so I don't screw that up and pull a U.
Ooh, is that what we're calling it now? Like calling it a me? Is that
Yeah,
like
it was just a
calling
little,
it an
little bit of
EK?
shade. I had to.
Ooh, I'm feeling it.
All right, so what do we got? We got the Poppy again. Is that a comfort pick? Like it
Hold
didn't
hold
do
on.
anything in that last game.
I'm actively writing down which sides they're on. Hold on. Give me a
I
moment.
I had to. I crossed it out
Hold
like
on.
big notes. All right, well
And
I'll
then
talk. I'll cover your piece this
all right.
time.
All right, thank you.
So we've got that's not I'm special. That's not Poppy. It's Tristana. Oh my gosh, wrong Yordle. Okay, so we've got Tristana and the bot. So Jockstock's going for another hyper carry. They've got Wukong, presumably going to go jungle, can go top in this meta. We've got Yumi, who's useless and everyone hates in the bot lane. She's not useless. She just everyone hates. Victor going presumably mid, and Yumi Ez. That's a safe bot lane out of NBA. It looks like they want the ability to stack, but if this Amumu comes through, Trista Mumu is annoying. That is the opposite of safe. That is potentially aggro as hell.
All right, my homework is
Ouch.
done.
Okay, good.
All right. You know, I now know which sides the teams are on, and I'll have the notepad like right in front of me constantly, so I can't forget.
Perfect. We
Anyway,
do see an Ori ban, by the way, so they
ooh,
said we're not dealing with that again.
yeah, the Ori was really good. I think Oriana's ultis in particular were just really strong. There was like multiple 3, 4, and I don't think there was a 5-man ulti, but you know,
I don't think
4.
so, but mainly because they were using it to chase and to contain more than to initiate fights.
Yeah. There were a lot of situations where Oriana flashed forward and tried to get an ulti on multiple people, which worked, and then they chased out the kills with Lucian's insane damage. So definitely, um, the thing I'm interested in the most here is they have a Wukong and they have an Amumu, which suggests that Wukong is going top lane. Which, ooh, I
Ooh.
I love
Kane,
Zac.
Zach. I also hate Kane.
I hate Kane. I agree, but I love Zac.
Hate him. Yep.
But
Zach
it's
is a
just
very
going to
entertaining
be.
pick.
It's going to
Also,
be.
apparently, chat put the phone in their ass. That was not the right call.
Ooh,
That's all right.
that's a bit of a mistake, sir.
Yep. Yep. You're well. You know what? That's going to be a very pleasant sounding ass. I don't know. I'm out. Rescue me.
All right. Don't worry. I'll take over here. So, one thing I want to talk about here, compositionally, is do we have the Jacks coming in again?
Jack's coming in again. I do have to do a shout out real quick. The Darius, they forgot my man Bejice is not playing. That he's not in the game, but he would immediately. This man's answer to any question about who to play in top lane is always Darius. Doesn't
Always
matter.
Darius.
It's always Darius. I'm like, hey man, who should I play in the top lane? And he's like, Darius.
But
Like that's not even one of my champs.
does he also say that when you're playing a different role? Like, who do I play as support? Darius.
He would if you. Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
in my group of friends, I'm often a guy who just plays like whatever I want support lane. I played a lot of LeBlanc support.
Listen, my best ever Clash performance, we took the two shitters on the team, including myself. We put on, oh man, who was it? Somebody in my group who's got to put it in chat. It was Mundo and Mundo and Tom Kench or something. It was just a BS bot lane, and we stomped them.
Yeah, just have two Bruces just like smash their. Well,
Literally, the damage just didn't
whatever
matter.
body part you want to insert
Right.
there.
Right.
I was like,
all right,
how PG do I need to keep this stream? Anyway,
right.
What I want to talk about here is, as much as I hate the Yumi, as much as I hate the Kane, I hate them even more together. Together,
That's right.
I've played into this so many times. If this guy goes red Kane, you don't kill him. He just goes in you, and he's like, oh, I'm full HP again.
That feeling that you just had, and I watched it. Chat didn't get to watch it, but I watched the feeling of your brain short circuiting from the pain in the ass that is a Yumi on Kane. That sums up a caster not having words. Sums up the feeling of playing against that.
Yeah, it's one of my nightmares. Sometimes I wake up screaming and I'm like, it's Yumi Kane, and
That's right. That's right.
then
Yep.
I try to go back to sleep again, but it's difficult.
That's right. Well, at
So
least therapy is affordable in the Netherlands, I assume.
that's yeah. I mean I haven't gone, but I think maybe I should make an appointment because it's definitely a big fear. Yeah,
If you're
it's
waking up at night, yeah, I'd recommend it.
oh, waking up at night, yeah. Anyway, the Yumi pick, as much as I hate it, it's a good pick here. Having Yumi
This
with Ezreal and Kane, they're just two champions where it's really hard to deal with them on their own already. Add a cat on top of it, and it's just
so this is
harder.
my take, EK. You call me on it. I see NBA super safe. They can play super dive or they can play super disengage or they can kind of just keep you in a weird in between, right? Especially with
Yeah,
Victor with the control mage. He's really good at controlling those areas. He can drop a lot of damage quickly if he needs to. And then Jock Stocks is aggro as hell.
yeah. Jockstocks just wants to go in. So the way they want to play this composition here is they have a actually they have a. I'm thinking that as Mumu support.
I think you're right.
I actually wasn't paying proper attention to the
That's a
team
Mumu
comp.
Tristana bot.
It's
That's gonna
I
suck.
I have mixed feelings about the Mumu, not because the champion itself, but because what I've seen the champion do. I remember, I think
Have
it
you
was.
seen him in the LPL?
Is he currently played in LPL? I haven't seen him
I
pop up too much.
I think it's LPL. I could be wrong. It was
It's
whatever I
always
was watching
LPL.
last night. It's always LPL. Yeah, if there's more than 5 kills by 10 minutes, it's LPL.
You know,
That second Q charge on a Mumu in the bot lane, especially in the lower levels, is merciless. They'll use the first one to either engage or counter engage, and then as soon as they start winning the damage trade, they use the second one. And don't forget with Tristana, she jumps in on that second one, finishes the kill, gets the reset. Bob's your uncle.
yeah, I think it's a very strong pick in theory, and I mean, yeah, the thing you said there, LPL plays so many games that even people who want to like watch full time LPL can't catch up because they're playing a game they're playing like two series every single day. It's
I
ridiculous.
think they have a tournament every day of the week. I think
Yeah,
that's how that works.
it's pretty ridiculous. But at least there's a lot of games there, so there's a lot of competitive teams there. But the thing I distinctly remember about Amumu support is that Amumu was also in Worlds. I think it
Hmm.
wasn't the last Worlds, but the Worlds before that, I think.
Yep. Yep. I
And
believe
Amumu
so.
support was a very hyped pick before the tournament started. And then
Yes.
every support who picked up Amumu just fed
Got
their asses
destroyed.
off
Yep.
ridiculously hard.
Yep.
So I still like Amumu in theory because, yeah, of course, you woke up. If there's no minion there, like you can Q, you can ulti, you can Q again. Like there's so much CC there to set up a kill AD carry like Tristana. So in theory, yeah, great. But I just have such vivid memories of Amumu inting his ass off that I'm always a bit skeptical.
So the real question comes, can NBA punish as hard as a world's competitive team?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean,
I mean, that's the question.
they did kind of get smacked in the first game. So
Yeah. But they've got the cat,
they
the
have the
most
cat.
annoying damn character in the game.
That's true. So the thing that Jockstocks wants to do here is they have Ari. Ari has to push against NBA, or sorry, against Victor, I'm pretty sure, until Victor gets his E upgrade, because then he just
Mhm.
instantly his waves. At that point, you kind of just both instantly waves, and like the waves just evaporate, and you can do whatever you
Evaporate in
want.
turn. Yep.
But the thing you want to do when you hit level 6 in Ari is you want to try and roam to your side lanes. You want to get your Jax ahead, you want to get your Mumu ahead, sorry, your Mumu Trace lane ahead. You can roam together with Wukong. Wukong is stronger early game than Kayn is. So this is one of the first games where we have Wukong being the early game dominant jungler. So there is a lot of pressure for Jockstocks to make stuff happen. And I think once again, NBA has chosen lanes that aren't very dominant. Top lane is the only exception. Tahm wins practically any lane early game. I don't think I've ever seen Tahm lose. He smashes Darius, he smashes Illaoi. He's just like, I'll eat you, I don't care.
That's right. That percent health is just dramatic.
It's
So
really strong.
let's talk about Kane then. I think like Kane is the big variable here. To your point, Kane has to go red, right? I mean, his
Yeah.
blue, he's got to hit either Trist or Ari. That's a tall order, especially because Ari's going to outpace you, right? You're only going to get maybe you get to 5 before her. You don't get to 6 before her being in mid lane, so she's just going to dance away from you. So that means you've only got to hit Trist if you want to go blue. He's got to go red. limits his options, but does make him more of a bruiser in this bruiser comp. But I think that also means that NBA is missing that explosive power again that Jocksox does have with the Trist and the Ari.
Yeah, it is. I think extremely important here that Kane goes for red Kane, and I think if he goes blue Kane, it's a big mistake because you go in, you get CC'd once as blue Kane, you're dead. While if you're playing red Kane, especially with a cat on top of you, you go in, you get CC'd, you laugh in their face, you kill them anyway.
Meanwhile, we've got a 3v2 here. Just real quick, let's see. Trist does go in. They do get the, I forget, not the Everfrost. They're going to lock down. They're going to kill Victor. That means the cat is stuck as well. She's all dead. That's one for Ari, one for Tristana. We do have Tahm Kench hunting the Jax right here. Jax already popping a pot, so that's worth noting. He is going to go back. Amumu's going to go back. Ari's going to go back. All right, so red, and let me check my notes here. Jock Stock off to a start. They've already got a 1,000 gold lead at 60 seconds.
I'll have you know when that fight happened and it was over, I quickly peeked into my my notebook just to make sure that I indeed knew it was Jockstocks. Yeah, you're showing me on camera. I'm showing you on camera. You know,
Yeah.
we're perfectly
Yeah.
in sync. It's great. Anyway, yeah, I think if you go red Kane here, it's just it's the way to victory.
Yeah, you don't have a choice.
Just to close
But
that.
that means
point.
that you're really counting on these long drawn out fights, right? Because Ezreal is not a blow up champion. He's a fairly extended fight champion. But Victor is a burst champ. Once he lays everything down, that's it.
Yeah, you get quite some CDR later in the game, so you definitely
Right.
become a reasonably consistent DPS threat, but it's not like a Trist where you just auto attack, you know?
Exactly right.
So level 1, Jax can actually win that trade because he has his E, but the moment some Kench can start queuing you and your E is down, you probably die or at least have to flash.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Jax is some matchups he has that advantage level 1, level 2, but he is pretty weak, pretty vulnerable in those first couple levels, and Tahm Kench is not. Tahm Kench is a durable character, especially level 3. He gets the thick skin. He can go in, he can go out. You can even double level the Q if you want, just for some additional CDR early, and that gets to be a really oppressive ability as you stack the passive.
Yeah, I'm quite curious to see what the reasoning is behind the Kench pick, because the way I view Kench as a champion is...
Oh, they do go for the all in there. Amumu misses the first one dramatically, does hit the second one just in time to get a little extra damage down, but it's the cat, so we all know that Ezreal will be full health in about 2 minutes. Meanwhile, apparently in the mid lane for Victor stepped up too far, and Ari crushes him with the help of early level 3 Wukong gank there, and another fight. Holy smokes! Thank you, production. Jax and Kane going in. Kench is going to wander down. No, Kench is going to stay there. So they just push in the mid wave, and Ari's going to back.
Yeah, so both
and another flash, another Q from Amumu. This time, Trist, they do drop the exhaust. Wukong is there to clean up. They do take some tower shots, so they're going to back off. They're only going to get one, but the cat is all by herself, and she is not a real champion unless she has somebody else nearby. Wukong is thinking about it. Smartly, Legend of Leaks is just going to back off for NBA here.
Once again, Jockstocks is just outplaying them in the early game. They play aggressive and they get their kills. They get the summoners, and let's see if they can snowball this. Because I think it's very important that Ari has gotten that first kill.
Amumu looking, he's got the Hex Flash. He is over. Let's see, he hits the Q.
The charm?
Ari's got the charm. That's it.
Wow. Yeah, this is really rough because
perfectly executed.
One very annoying thing is once Ari gets unlocked, you can start roaming a lot. You know, if you have prio over the wave and you can just push whenever you want and you can roam whenever you want, it's so hard to play the side lanes because your Kench is in danger, your bot lane is in danger. It's so hard.
Well, and EK, that mid lane was pushing towards Ari, so Victor died and he was pushing out.
Yep.
So Ari's just gonna sit there and Ari's just gonna sit there and absorb all that CS, and he's gonna lose everything.
Now, if she wants to be really annoying, she could freeze the wavy, but it's quite hard because Victor can try and pressure you into not being able to freeze. I don't think Ari wanted to give the HP up to get the freeze here. But yeah, there is a 10 CS difference here. Plus, there's obviously a kill and 2 assists onto Ari.
Right.
So Ari has
That's
quite a gold lead now. And Ari's probably going to just look to rush the
I'd be
Everfrost
curious
and
what
try and
the
get roams.
yeah, I'd be curious what the experience difference is too, right? Because Victor's 0-3, so he's got to have missed some stuff. Amumu again just posturing here, looking for that Q. If he lands it with the 2 charges, he lands the Q again, drops the exhaust. Yumi gonna do her best to prevent some shots. Triss just walking up, autoing, doing everything she needs to do. So if they do that one more time, Ezreal's going to die. They've got to back off, respect that if the minions aren't there in the way, Amumu is going to land on you.
Yeah, I think Legend of Leaks is doing a pretty good job using Yumi as a bit of a meat shield, because every time um what is his name? Ali Plane?
Ollie Plane, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, I thought it said airplane for a second, but it didn't. Uh, every time Ezreal gets hit, um, he just jumps out of Ezreal and tanks the next Q to make sure Ezreal doesn't get chain CC'd, which is the
Yep.
way you're supposed to play that matchup. Plus, you can get an auto attack for a shield there, and you can then get back to Ezreal. There's the risk of dying post level 6 because Mumu can chain your the Q with the ulti.
Does Amumu have Hex Flash again?
I think he does.
He's
yeah.
not channeling.
Yeah.
He's not channeling.
They have Ari coming in too.
Yeah. Ari is 6, just like you said, right on schedule. She's looking for that roam.
They don't even have to actually get kills here, because what
That's
they've
exactly
done
right.
is Ari is not losing anything off this. They are forcing Victor to match the bot lane play. They're getting plates onto the Trist. They're denying CS from Ezreal, and Ari just walks back mid and pushes again. So this is where the pacing difference comes in. See, Victor has the base now. Ari is just pushing out this wave again, and Ari now has the choice again. You know, do I want to roam top? Do I want to reset? Do I want to go bot? She has all the freedom
That's
in the
right.
world.
And she's going to push in that wave and deny even more CS. And whereas Victor, he's walking back from Fountain. She's going to have this wave in by the time he gets to tower. Even if he gets all the CS, he's stuck under tower. He can't do anything about it. In the meantime, Ari says, all right, I want me some catfish now.
Yeah, what's my next item in the shopping list? Let's see if
That's
I can
right.
get it. So she's getting
Instead, she's just going to back out. She probably has that Everfrost, or pretty close, as you mentioned.
She's gonna pick up a lost chapter here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, she was sitting on
Yeah,
1.3k. She probably is looking to just rush the Everfrost here and then go into. I might even
Jax
see
is in
CDR
trouble here.
boots.
Okay, he had the Q to get out.
Now, in this game, I have criticized Ari plays for going for a utility build in the past when there wasn't damage on the team. But I think there's so much damage on this team that I think they can actually afford to have like an Everfrost, CDR boots, Cosmic Drive Ari or something. That's just like a permanent roam bot.
Well, and she's going to have it so early that the damage value is still there. Right now, we're going to see the bandages over the edge a little early, though. Wukong wasn't in position. Tristana happy to continue poking. She does drop the ult. Now, Wukong's right here. Ezreal doesn't know. He does now, but they're just going to wait. They're in trouble. Wukong is 6. They drop the exhaust. They do get the first ult onto Ezreal. They get the second one. Wukong cleans it up. This time, they get both, and they're going to be able to walk away clean. In the meantime, Victor does attempt to match, and Ari just happily hits him with the stun, hits him with the Q. They trade a little bit of HP, and they go back.
Yeah, so
Let's see if Kane versus Jax here early. Jax is going to blow the E, does not get the stun. He does do a ward hop to walk out. He's going to be okay.
So once again, we see it. Ari gets her own first, which means Ari walks into the river. Victor doesn't know where she is. He tries to follow, gets a charm in the face, and Ari wins the trade. Actually, I think there was a control ward there, so Victor didn't know where he was, but he still got the charm in the face.
And that's the problem, right? When you're trying to follow, you don't have a choice but to follow.
Now, if we could get a quick look at the gold, because I would like to see what happens to Trist here. So Trist is 4.6 to Ezreal's 2.3. That's double.
Ouch. Oh, and another Q. Oh, they do miss the charm, though. I think Amumu's finally going to pay. Kane is there. They do drop the Ignite. They do get the ult. Victor's there as well. And they do pass off the kill to Victor. So that's going to feel good. But Victor's so far behind, I can't help but think it might have just been more worth to keep it on the Kane.
Yeah, at this point, what NBA is waiting for is just to get the red. I don't think he has red Kane just yet. Let's see if we can get.
I don't think he has form yet. I think you're right.
Yeah, I don't think he has any form yet. And ooh, wait, this is really aggressive.
This is going to go in 1v2.
This might actually be a death Trist. If Ezreal has E here, that was a bit of a
just
weird
gonna walk
play.
out.
He
Yeah,
probably
that
thought
was.
Yumi wasn't there or something.
Well, either that or that Amumu was going to get there faster and was closer than they were. Amumu just hex flashed over that bot wall. They're looking for another play here. They do not care. They want to punish this bot lane. They know they've got a big lead. They want to push it. They want to punish. They want to keep the bot lane out of the game. And you know what? There's something that we haven't talked about. They've been punishing this bot lane so bad, Yumi can't go anywhere else. She's been stuck glued to the Ezreal being a meat shield.
Yep, she just has to stick with Ezreal in the hopes that that prevents Ezreal from falling behind further and further and further. Meanwhile, Mumu can just roam whenever he wants because
He's
Triss
been
can
all
keep
over the
pressure
map.
1v2.
That's right. Amumu's been everywhere. I don't know how this man has so many flashes, X flashes. The bandage over the wall has been brilliant several times. And Triss doesn't care. She's down here 1v2ing.
Yeah, I think
She's that far ahead.
I think the support player piloting Mumu has been doing a fantastic job this game. He has really turned, yeah, fantastic. He's really been turning around my perception of Mumu support. His hack flashes have been great. He has found angles that
He's
going to
do it again. He just hit the bandage. They got the slow. They got the ult. Boom. Tristana hits the ult on Ez. They're going to eat a shot, and Amumu is going to pay for it, but he takes the shot for his ADC, so his ADC gets a double. It gets to walk out, and she's going to get tower. That's right.
And they still have Herald, so they don't even need to use Herald for first turret. This means they can still grab a second turret. They
are going to get Jax.
Are they?
Oh my gosh. Kayn flashes in. Kane's going to eat a bunch of tower shots for no reason. Kayn is probably almost dead. Oh, yeah. That's probably tilt gameplay, my friend.
That feels really bad when that happens. Because you were like, oh, I almost got the kill. That would have, made me finish my item or something. And, it didn't work.
He's on vision right here. Amumu just hit him again. Amumu doesn't have the damage himself. He's got Ignite down. He's going to walk him under tower. This is bad news. Jax comes in with the stun. That's it. Oh, Ooh. Just overstayed. That's tilt.
Amumu once again just, being at the right place at the right time. They still have the Herald. I think they should use the Herald to try and break open mid. Opening mid up allows Ahri to roam, a bit more freely again. Ahri has already been roaming a lot, but, you can always roam more.
My guess is that they're going to stick Trist. They're going to get her farther ahead. They're going to stick her in mid. They just let her reset. Ahri's going to catch this wave. They're going to push it out. They're going to let Ahri roam. Trist is going to catch. They're going to drop Rift Merrill. Herald mid.
No, Rift Merrill. I like it.
Rift Merrill. You heard it here. In the meantime, Yumi's just going to die for no reason. There's the Wukong ult. They do have Victor as well trapped up. He did do a good job of doing damage. They do juggle the aggro well, though, and they wrap up a double kill. And then they're going to pick up the Rift Merrill, or whatever I said, drop it mid, and I think we're going to see a further escalation of resources here.
So instead of swapping Trist to mid lane, I guess because they just won a big fight, they're swapping Trist to top lane so they can match the Kench push and maybe try and get some top lane.
They're going to try and cook up some catfish right here. I don't think Wukong has ult up, though, so they may just look to just push out the wave.
So they have 45 seconds remaining if they want to make a play for plates. So I'm going to assume they drop the Herald right here. There they go.
Yep, there you go.
What they could do is they could try and rush the plates down real quick and hope Kench stays. Because I think if this gets to like 2.5 plates, it dies and they can kill Kench.
There it is. Exactly as you called it. They waited for it to go down. Amumu hit the first bandage, hits the second bandage.
That's rough.
That's rough. He did what he could. He took down Herald, but
there isn't anything for them for NBA to grab the other side of the map. You can have people grab a couple waves, but that's pretty much it.
Trist is just going hunting now. Yumi does use Lost Chapter, locks him up for a good second there, does keep Kayn alive. Kayn manages to get his Raptors. That's the best he's going to manage. And Amumu's still on the hunt. He may be backing, but yep, it immediately stops and says, you know what? I can go looking again. Throws out the bandages, just whiffs, but that was just a blind shot. We'll see if he walks up. He's just staying really at this point to keep up the pressure while they take that tower.
This game reminds me a lot of last game. It's just, honestly, it's just Jugstocks playing the early laning phase better, creating a lead, and then snowballing it.
That's right. They're just doing it faster, I think. They almost combined IG. We'll see if Jax can walk out. He cannot. There's the Amumu again. Bandage, ult. Another bandage. Yumi's going to go down. Yumi's going to jump on the catfish. Wukong shows up to punish the Victor for stepping too far up. And there is still everyone alive. Trist is low on mana, but she's got plenty of health still. Oh, maybe she gets stunned up. So they do drop the exhaust. Tom Kench is there, gets charmed. Tom Kench does get the Tristana, but they are still alive. It's a 3v2. No health, no mana on the Amumu, though. I don't even know if he has enough for a bandage. I think Ari's just going to push in this wave and leave.
So, I am known to be very annoying, in the sense that that I never want to surrender a game. Like I'm always like, guys, I know we're like 127. I'm carrying this, okay? And sometimes I do, and then I'm really happy. But I'm trying to apply the same logic here. So how exactly is NBA going to make the comeback happen? Well, let me tell you.
I'm glad you were going to answer because I thought it was going to be a question to me. I'm like, I have no idea.
Let me tell you. The answer is Red Kane popping off with a cat on top of him. We're all going to be calling like, hey, this is bullshit. But the sustain is going to be too much to handle. Because there is no healing reduction on Jogstocks yet. So if this guy finally gets his form, which, he might get in the next 20 minutes, then at some point, he will have Yumi on top of him. There might not be healing reduction. He might get shutdowns. He's going to become huge. Nobody can kill him. And Ezreal's going to be poking from the back line, and life will be good.
Man, that's great. I didn't know that you wrote fantasy, EK. That's incredible.
Dude, I provide many markets.
A man of many talents. Ladies and gentlemen, his next book comes out in August, and it's called How Red Kane Suddenly Takes Over the World.
Yes, that's it. Please subscribe to this channel.
In the meantime, Red Kane just got deleted, by the way. So as we jump back over, all the ults, Wukong beating the Catfish's ass. He does survive for a second. He goes down.
Oh, there's a kill.
Ezreal's going to pick up one. Triple kill for Wukong, and they're just Ezreal just needs to walk away. I don't know what he thinks he's going to do right here.
In my
There's still 2 charges. Everfrost misses. Ahri is out of ult. They're going to take that tower, though, and then it's only a matter of time. See if Trist is not hitting the tower. They're trying to make sure the CS gets eaten, but there we go. There goes the tower. They split it between the two of them. They're going to go pick up the Herald just for fun because they've got nothing else to do on the map.
That's when we say worth all according to plan. Ezreal got a kill. The cat's still scaled. The cat's level 8. We're going somewhere. So does Kane have his? No, he still doesn't have his form. He just can't hit the correct champions because I'm assuming he probably has the ability to transform into Blue Kane, but he doesn't want to, and he's like, no, I have to wait.
I have no idea. But just for reference, the cat is 8. Tristana is 11, which is the same as Ahri, the mid laner.
Hey,
so
it's just a number. It's fine.
That lane is hyper accelerated.
Wait, is he? Wait, hold on. Is he Blue Kane? Is that what production just? Hold on. Let me verify what's going on here. Okay, he hasn't picked the side yet. Okay, we weren't too sure, but yeah, he's still waiting for his form. I don't play Kane myself too much, so I don't know what the usual level of, or like the usual timer is. It's also depending on what champion you play against, of course. But I'm assuming usually by 18 minutes you have your transformation ready.
I mean, it says everything that they've got a 2v1 right now, and Jax doesn't look scared at all. Mumu does hit the bandages to stop the Catfish from being able to walk him under tower. Triss says, don't worry about it. I'll take 3 tower shots, still take a kill. And they're going to they don't even care that the tower's here. They're just going to sit here, take Ezreal poke, kill the tower. Literally means nothing. Amumu says, this is still my world. Get out of it. They do hit him with the Lost Chapter. He's going to pay with his life right here. He does pop the ult for another stun. They drop the exhaust on Victor, and that's it for Victor. Amumu, by the way, is still up. Let's see. They are going in. Trist is in. The Everfrost misses. The Charm misses. Ahri is out. She does eat a tower shot for her trouble. But this tower is going to be gone as well, EK.
Oh, the silver lining is Ezreal lives.
That, boy, you are good at that. You're right. Ezreal lives. Top tower is going to go down. See, they've got the Catfish and the cat on Wukong. He pops the clone to get over the wall. He should be fine. That's how bad Kane is hurting. He's hitting the clone just for some stress relief.
I'm wondering if hitting the clone actually gives you progress towards Red Kane.
That's a good idea. I don't know, because that would actually make sense.
Because it might be counted as a champion. Oh, he has. Okay, guys, we are on the board. We have acquired Red Kane. So the joke's
there it is, right? Now they win.
Carry.
Right. Meanwhile, double buffs on Wukong, who's I don't know, like 3 levels up. 2 levels.
I don't like. By the way, I don't like how Red Kane is blue right now, or greenish.
Right.
But he's more blue than red.
Yeah.
Okay. The madness is about to begin. So the question is there currently healing reduction on their team? There is. There is someone on Mumu. but that means Amumu will have to actually hit them with skills in order to apply it. So there is a way. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm ready for it.
I know. I'm
Actually,
sitting here holding my breath because I was like, all right, there's going to be a fight. And then nothing happened. And then nothing happened. Ari's going to go in. She hasn't used the Everfrost. She's taken a ton of damage. She has the ult up. She still has 2 charges. There's 1.
yeah, it's
See if
actually
she
a
goes
rough
back
1v1.
in.
If at some point Victor outskills the 1v1 unless you can one rotation with charm. Because Victor just has way more spammable abilities at some point. You can.
Oh, and there goes the catfish again. Whoever he had eaten is about to die. Yep, and there goes Yuumi. Kane is still up. Trist says, screw you and your towers. She's going to get another double. Oh, a triple. I'm sorry. She gets a triple, takes a tower shot just for fun. Make it a little more fair. Amumu waiting for the bandage. Is it just me or are the bandages absolutely ridiculous in range?
Yeah, they're really
Hits
long.
another one. Hits the ult just for fun. He takes a tower shot. He's got 8 HP. Trist says, I don't even care if you're in tower. I'm still going to kill you. There's the charm. Ari can't quite lock it down. But to your point, Ez is still alive. And just like that, folks, Jock Stocks is the winner of this month's tournament.
You know, I really tried. I tried to keep positivity going for NBA, but yeah, Jock Stocks just outplayed them on pretty much every single lane. They had better team play, better laning, better drafting, I think even.
I think that was a big piece, yeah. Jocks played out of their mind. Their first game was a little rough, to be honest. You know, they took a minute to come back up, but it looked like they were. I don't know. Maybe they just woke up, man. Maybe they're third shifters. You know.
Yeah, maybe. You know, it's kind of like I feel like I've only woken up just now, so I'm ready for the next one. Wait, there is no next one. Damn.
Right. All right. So just a reminder, folks, we are on Discord, 42 Gaming. We are on Twitter, 42 Gaming. We are everywhere else that I can think of. Somebody call them out another one that I can't think of. There, it's all hitting the chat as well. Obviously, we're on Twitch. We encourage you to join. Go ahead, EK.
The idea is just open up whatever social media you possess and then type in 42 Gaming and see if we appear. And if we appear, follow us if at all possible, and give us your money.
That's right. And on Twitter, folks, I am at Jinxing the Jinx or Jinxing Casts, I think. I don't even remember anymore. It's on somewhere. And EK, are you on Twitter? I can't remember.
No, I'm not on Twitter. Also, you actually can't really give us money because we don't really have any way of you guys giving us money. But I had to sell out for a moment. You know, it's important.
Right. It is. It says at Jinxing the Janks. Maybe that's what it is. I think it's at Jinx Cast. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. I'm on Twitter too. No, I'll help you find 42 Gaming. Thank you to all the teams and the participants. You should. Thank you to all our participants. Please spread the word. We actually want to bring this across the pond. So right now, most of our staff and support and everybody is European-based, Western European-based. I'm obviously, and a couple of the other casters are in North America. We are trying to get a leg of this going in North America as well, so we can bring you more content, more teams, more tournaments, more of what you love. So please spread the word, help us out, send the follows, send the subs, send the retweets, everything, so we can get this thing going. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you to production and everybody that's up at something like 1 a.m. right now. We appreciate you all.
We had a blast.
We did. We always like listening to ourselves talk.
It's great.
EK, walk us out.
All right, thank you very much for joining us on these games. You know, it was a pretty long session here. We had, we cast from start to finish, and actually, I thought at the very start it was going to be very rough, and our energy levels were going to be very low at the end. But you know, I'm feeling good. I think Janks is feeling good. I hope you're all feeling good. And yeah, we definitely hope to see you again for the next tournament, which will be taking place in August. The date will be announced in the Discord. So once again, go to the Discord and you will be kept up to date. So
thank you very much
for watching,
everyone.
guys. Have a good night. Well, I mean, good night for European people, I guess. Have a good day for any other viewers.
Adios.
See ya.